one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Before you pack your bags for vacation season, be sure to secure your home with Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe, enjoy greater peace of mind knowing your home is monitored around the clock by trained agents. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Yeah,
John
huge,
Calvin.
huge again. She was in her mid-40s then,
boy,
and it was like a comeback, and she was like huge star.
But I didn't know. I didn't
Speedy
know
went
you-
all the way to the concert.
Yeah, I did.
With
It
somebody. He was
and
with somebody.
It was
Greg.
it was actually a really good concert. The only other thing would be if we went back before 2000 to see if she had come years prior to that, like in the mid-90s.
Yeah, but here's the
that
thing.
would be the only
Here's
thing.
the
but I
thing, though.
remember Terry standing there.
And here's the thing, Speedy, that stage you're talking
Yeah,
about,
the
that's
stage.
what, to me, that's what sells it for
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
Because you said that before I looked any of that
Right,
up,
right.
and it's
We
sitting
went.
here just.
I can, and Terry does remember everything. I cannot believe she doesn't remember this. Maybe I was unrememberable. I just realized that.
Maybe that's what. Maybe you just didn't. I mean, it wasn't a good time. She don't. She blocked it.
Maybe so. I don't know. But anyway.
You might have busted on stage again and got thrown out. I don't know.
If you're just joining us, Greg's referring to the Kiss concert.
That was the best one ever.
all in the same concert.
Oh,
hall.
yeah, same-
all at
same
the
arena.
BJCC.
Small
give you
world.
credit for
I
that.
have to get this in because I just thought this was interesting. So yesterday we were talking about Braden, my son, getting his head shaved,
Yep.
and Sam cutting his hair. Remember I said Sam? Y'all are
Oh,
laughing
yeah.
about
Oh,
that.
yeah, yeah.
All right.
For
so
some reason, Sam owns me, just the name
Well-
Sam, and it seems so real.
Sam, I am.
When
and
he
he's
says
one
I'm-
of the teenagers that are leaving with the other half of my family today to go to the beach and all that.
Oh, you got to like
but
it like it.
there's a Wilburn tie with Sam.
He was at
Okay.
that Tina Turner concert. was
no.
Steve?
Tyler is he's his coach this summer
Oh,
in baseball.
okay. He plays 17 UXL.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
How about that?
They're in Atlanta this weekend.
Well, I think he's a pitcher only or something, maybe, and
okay.
so he's not having to go. But
that is awesome.
yeah, or he's coming maybe later.
Plays for Vestavia.
Yeah,
Look at that. That is crazy.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
I,
I'm
think,
sitting
I didn't
there
even know
yesterday.
because I just talked to Tyler yesterday, and I was like, "Hey, what you got this weekend?" He goes, "We're over in Atlanta."
Yeah. So his mom had texted and said to me and Amanda, said, "Hey, by the way,
That's so
how
funny.
do y'all know Tyler?" And we was like, "Of course."
Yeah.
And so, and we were just talking about it. And here's another tie to the show in
Okay.
this. His dad is Kip that I play bocce.
Oh, Bocce Kip.
So
okay.
you may, as brilliantly as you've stolen Dr. Harmon away from me,
Yeah.
you may actually still Kip before this is all over with.
Yeah. Well,
Speedy be
that-
playing
You may be
bocce.
over there playing bocce before it's all over
It
with.
could happen.
Huh?
It could happen.
How small of a world is it?
You know, it is a small one.
And we
I
were
did not
just
know
talking
that.
about Sam shaving Braden's head.
Mm-hmm.
Bocce.
So Sam, who plays with XL Baseball
Yep.
Academy, and Tyler coaches the 17U team.
Correct.
Sam cut your son's hair and
Yes.
also is going to play with Tyler.
Yep.
How about that?
And his dad's Kip, who we've talked about.
That
in the
is a
past.
very small world.
Bocce Kip.
And his favorite artist is Tina Turner.
Loves her.
all,
He's really
all,
sad.
put all that together.
He's sad today.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, wow. That's bizarre. I'll tell Tyler that today because I think we're going to try to get in a quick 9 late, like maybe a 5 o'clock tea time.
Yeah.
We've been doing that a little bit where it's like doesn't really mess your day up. 5 to 6:45 or so. Just get a quick 9 in.
Yeah.
And Reese has gotten back into it, and so supposedly at 5, the three of us are going to tee off to try to get 9 in at Bentbrook.
Okay.
And we'll see. And this is JC's first attempt. You remember the bleeder I was telling you about, the index bleeder?
Got a bleeder.
Right at the knuckle. He had cut it at work and thought it had stopped bleeding. But sadly, when he gripped that golf club in his first swing, he was bleeding like a pig.
Like a stuck pig.
Yeah. Never seen a pig bleed, but I guess
I've heard that.
Yeah.
I'm like you. I've never experienced it. I've just always heard that.
Yeah. So I will be talking to him about Sam.
There you go. So y'all may work your way in on the bocce.
Yeah.
Hadn't played in a while.
Yeah. Boy, you're hung in a stare bad.
you bocce
You
game.
okay?
I was trying to think of something, and I wasn't trying to think of something. I was trying to think, should I say this or not?
Okay.
And I decided
Because you were
not
looking
to.
at me going,
because
"I'll
it would
tell you
have it would have owned y'all. It would have owned y'all. But it was one of those things that I thought, well, I probably shouldn't go
Right.
there.
Okay.
Yeah, well.
That's fine.
Anyway.
All right. Well, there you go. Thank you for telling me that.
Yeah. How about that?
Good
Small
stuff.
world.
Good
I don't know if
stuff.
it's worth a thank you, but that's good.
It probably wasn't
Probably
worth
not.
the thank you.
Wait, no,
but-
no. I mean, because that's gonna be, that's a cool like. Hey, son. Guess what? Sam,
Thanks,
who you're going to be coaching this summer, is good friends with Braden, and cut his hair.
So you see why you're really not.
yeah. It kind of
Now that you hear it.
about halfway through, I wanted to stop talking. I kind of lost interest in it.
Yeah, that was. I don't know why I was thanking you for that.
That's it. I'm not even gonna tell him. I'm not even gonna tell him. I'm gonna let Kip walk up to him.
Yeah.
Tell him. Maybe
There
because
you
hey,
go.
I get Helmsy's a drinker.
He puts a smoking
That's
jacket
not
on.
true.
Yeah. We watch the ponies.
He'll come over and turn one back while we play bocce. I'm sorry.
That's what it's turned into.
Yeah. Well.
Listen, I'm on your side in this Tina Turner thing. Don't let it go the other
Trying
way.
to help.
I am right.
Trying to
If
I
it
am
wasn't
right.
for me, you'd be in a lot more trouble than you are.
I don't understand how she doesn't remember. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't because I know that we went and I know we were married.
Just
and
stop. Just you,
and we stood there together as a happily married couple.
while enjoying Tina Turner.
Yeah, and she came out on that little
Yeah,
extended
you
stage.
really, that really stuck with you.
Yeah, because I remember
You
she
remember
was
what song
like
she opened up with?
she came all she came all the way out like to the production room door and like looked at me, and she's like, "Hey, that's a beautiful
She said,
woman
"Hey,
you're
it's
with."
Terry and Calvin."
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. This time of year, I want to spend every second I can out in the sunshine, not wandering around a grocery store. Sometimes we do takeout, but that can get pricey. So we get HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers chef-crafted recipes right to your door, pre-portioned and ready to cook. Not only does it save you the hassle of making grocery lists and meal planning, saves you money too, because HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping. If you have picky eaters in the house, HelloFresh gets this. They have meal plans that suit your lifestyle, and their produce travels from the farm to your door in less than 7 days, so you know it's fresh. We love trying new dishes, and with 40 weekly recipe options and over 100 add-ons like snacks and desserts, we're always finding something new to enjoy with HelloFresh. Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, and find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science, because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
All right, we roll back here, 25 minutes until top of the hour. A busy show indeed today. We thank all of you for tuning in to the kickoff hour. No RBU this week. We'll jump back on that next week. Best of show tomorrow. I've got that one, and a Rick and Bubba Memorial Day replay on Monday. We are actually going to do a baby prediction that we have booked, and when we tell you about the day that they've got in front of them, it's a busy one, and you'll understand why they actually had to be booked. But we've got a baby prediction in the 7 o'clock a.m. hour Central Time. And then late in the show, friend of the show, Dr. Melanie Petra, will be here, and it's just going to be a lot of fun. Good. We're going to try to make it a Fun Zone Little Friday because everybody knows Thursdays are Little Fridays.
Yeah.
And try to get through that as best we can. Lord of the Jacket on top of the keys there in the TV room.
Took him a segment, but he's rolling.
Well, he's rolling. First time. Hey, it's, you know what? We're learning. That's why you're here. And then we've got Super P in the house.
He ain't doing crap.
He is getting show prep ready and getting everything dialed in for Rick and Bubba when they get here.
I had a conversation with the interns yesterday. And
Ooh, I got a tongue.
Y'all are going to have to help. I don't think that was necessary.
Okay, sorry.
But y'all are going to have to help me with this because we've gone 2 years without interns.
I know.
And we really honestly, I mean, we're putting them to work, but they have nowhere near what they used to because we just started doing things. Plus, we got rid of a bunch of things that they were doing. And so now it's like I've got to give them a bunch more to do.
Yeah, I know. At one point yesterday, I felt sorry for the two in there. They were just sitting in there like a plant.
We got to get back on it.
Yep.
It's been a minute.
And I get a lot of what they're doing, and they want to be in the business, is observing and getting a front row seat and all that. But that also is boring at times. I don't want to be bored.
Well, we don't have a live audience every day.
That's
like we used to have
what
every
hurts.
Day, and you
yeah.
dealt with them a lot.
Yeah.
Signing them in.
Yeah. We don't even do the recorder or take the notes like
That's
we used to.
I forgot about that.
We
oh yeah.
Well, and like filling up the drink thing, that was one of the things that they would do. Well, if we see drinks empty, we just throw it in there. Rick even does it. Yeah. Rick grabs a case of water in a minute and put it in there.
Mm-hmm.
So just little things that we just did. We had to take Big Boy out every day, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all knew that.
He was in like a little garage door. It wasn't easy.
But we had to go get breakfast every day. That was the thing. A breakfast run.
I used to let them schedule commercials.
Mm-hmm.
But the
different.
new system's so much easier.
I know. That's what I'm saying. There's so many things that have changed since we've had interns.
Yeah,
and there's things that we could do. Like we probably could turn social media over to them for a day and let them add stories and pictures and stuff like that. We got to get creative. I just got to think about it.
I got it. My truck's really dirty. If y'all want to get out there and clean that up, that'd help.
Yeah. There you go.
If y'all don't mind.
Yeah. Well, I found myself the other day. I think it was Cam Solo was in there, and I was waking up Adobe, getting it ready, whatever. And I stopped and I said, "You do this," and because to your point, we're just used to doing stuff ourselves. Just let them do it. So we'll get you more involved, Super P, so you're not over there asleep.
What if we had them brush out the coyotes each day?
Oh,
that needs to
there
happen.
you go. There you go. What if we made them stretch Bubba with that white PVC pipe? Huh? And that was part of it.
All right, guys, let's get Bubba loose.
Yeah, like the trainer. You know what I mean? Like I put him through a couple of exercises before the show
box
starts.
jumps.
Right.
And something else I wanted to ask yesterday that came
Peter
up.
Brady.
Voice
really.
went. There are a lot of snot box and voice issues today.
Yeah.
Why do we have a construction cone in Adler's office? Has that always been in there, and I'm just now seeing it, or is that new? He used it yesterday to scream out the window.
You're right.
And I thought, where did that come from?
It was in the
seeing
corner, but I don't know how it got there.
For what?
I don't know. I don't know.
You're right.
But that's where he
That's
got
the first
it
I had
from.
seen it yesterday when he did that. When he walked out with it, I thought, where did he get a
I didn't know it
construction
was in
cone? And so now it's in front of his door, like you can see it by the drums. And I thought, well, has that been in there the whole time? And I've just not seen it.
Did he get it out of that storage room / office he has? That
Speedy and I have talked about that before.
I'm scared to go in there.
Speedy and I are frustrated that I just didn't get that office so that all three of us were close together because I didn't know it was going to be a storage unit.
I know.
And then
really,
Speedy even offered one day, you don't know this, Speedy even offered one day for us to take all of it out, move me in that office. This was like 2 months ago.
Wait.
And then move all that stuff back in there. But
because really
didn't.
that's his office. That's Allen, and that's where he's when he comes here, and I get it. He just stores stuff in the other because that's really his office from beginning to end. He's in there.
And as long as he has his Predator painting that he did,
right. Well, he said he looks to the left to see that for motivation. For him.
But I could not. There was no way that I was going to allow Speedy to help move an office.
Man, did you really mean that when you said it, or are you just trying to be nice?
Look, whatever it takes.
He doesn't like me being down there on the end. We miss each other.
Yeah, whatever.
We
want to be close.
In Adler's office, it would scare you.
Right.
I mean, he's got at the old building. I was scared to death going there.
That was pre-coach though. Now post coach, you're out of here. So
when
quick.
when you ask this is a time where that could actually happen if we wanted to, because things have slowed down because the season's over. But yeah, that's
See, I'm the opposite. I actually was looking for me an office in another part of the building.
right. You just wanted to get away from it all. All right, I got two things I want to talk to you about. Have y'all seen this story about LeBron James's son?
Yeah.
Bronny.
He's 18 years old, and he has been hit with a wave of vile racist comments about, racist abuse and all this kind of stuff just because he has a white girlfriend that he took to the prom for the second year in a row.
And correct me if I'm wrong. It's
so he
white
can't,
people mad at him about it.
No.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not. He is facing a slew of vile racist abuse for taking a white woman to his high school senior prom with nasty trolls accusing her of using him for money and telling him he should have chosen a black queen and not white. So this is how far this whole racism thing has gone.
It's gone
And
crazy.
when I was growing up, we were told not to look at someone's color, but to treat them by how they acted and by their character. Now that it's flipped. Now it's the first thing you're supposed to see is color, which isn't that opposite of how we were raised?
I think
because I don't
was
see
set
that
during the civil rights movement. You're right. It's the complete opposite of that.
Yeah. And it's just
now
bizarre.
It's back to where
There's so much
it is all based
inconsistency
on-
with it. I don't.
Exactly.
I just throw my hands up and
that's
go.
true.
I can't deal with this. Don't have the time to figure out what's racist and what's not.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Words we don't take time.
The
to
fact
look at
that
the intent.
Bronny is taking a white girl to the prom and everybody's upset blows my mind.
Yeah,
know.
for
In
the second year in a
2023.
row. It's like apparently they're a thing, and they've been dating.
And you can say about anybody that goes out with him that he's going after money. I mean, I'm not saying they are.
Oh,
I'm saying you
sure.
can say that about anybody because you know why? They got a lot of money.
Yeah.
And he's going to have even more.
I'm sorry, but that's the kind of things that steer me away from any kind of calls.
I know. Yeah.
No, you're all over that. It's
I'm sorry.
It's just so weird. And the other thing I was wanting to bring up, this whole we talked about Target yesterday. Have y'all seen North Face? Have y'all seen that one?
What is wrong with
North
everybody?
Face? I don't understand.
Hey,
and then there's been another
AT&T put out. There's something on their windows now, which is ridiculous.
And then
Ford,
was it Calvin
did the commercial.
Oh, really? Calvin Klein, the commercial from last year has resurfaced. A man actually wearing a bra. And that one, it's so bizarre. But there's an update
Is
on.
it a man in a bra, or is it a woman that thinks she's a man still wearing
I don't
a bra?
know, Greg. I don't know.
So you get
I have
really
no
confused.
idea.
I
Ford
actually
put
wore
out
bras, but now I have a beard and a bra.
Yeah.
Ford evidently put out some commercial with a
Raptor,
rainbow,
which is a
rainbow
bad truck.
Raptor. Yeah,
I love a Raptor.
Well, you'd love this one, Greg.
Yeah. Well, the reason I brought that up is because there's an update. Anheuser-Busch has lost a staggering $15.7 billion in value
And
since the
I
Bud
was
Light
reading,
controversy.
I was reading an article today, and I fell in this category too. Nobody thought that it would still. Everybody be mad at first, and then we'll go back to our business. They're so surprised that it is still being kept. The effects of it are still being felt at this point.
This is so absurd when it comes to business decisions, companies, revenue. It would be like in the sports world if I said, "I tell you what, we're going to do, company. Call everybody up and go, we're an NFL team." We're going to go do what the Cleveland Browns are doing.
Yeah.
That's going to be our model.
Yeah.
And that's what these people are doing. They've looked at Budweiser, Bud Light,
hurt, Helmsy. That
and
kind of hurt.
what?
I just
I'm just saying it's true.
Yeah.
And that's the results you're going to get. What are we talking about?
I don't know.
Why did no one
unnecessary.
learn a lesson with Bud Light?
Because what happens, and Bud Light's seeing it, and the others will too, when they do make an adjustment, now here comes the other side. Whoa, wait a minute. Y'all were in our corner. Now you're making an adjustment. You're saying you did something wrong. You can't say.
Which
so now you
didn't
can't
buy
win.
Bud Light to begin with.
No. You can't win.
No, you can't. And the story is it goes deeper than that. That they're warning everybody of what a potential beer shortage, because what it's
Now
done.
it's getting serious.
Because what it's done is it's put pressure on all the other beer
thanks,
brands
Mulvaney.
because Bud Light is
they can't keep up with demand.
They can't. They're like, okay, so we're not ordering Bud Light and nobody's drinking it, so we're going to order more of your
and
beer.
we can't meet the demand.
And so we're struggling for the supply. But $15.7 billion since this whole Bud Light controversy, Anheuser-Busch has lost.
You people run these companies are supposed to be smart, intelligent people.
Hey,
and what's going on?
By the way, sell beer.
Yeah.
Sorry, just sell beer.
And they said
That's
in
your
a
job.
very short period of time, Target's stock has gone down, and it's cost them $1 billion.
Absolutely,
or something.
yeah.
And
that
I
move
just don't
they did made no sense.
I guess I don't know. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, we got 9 minutes until top of the hour. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. We thank all of you for being with us, as always. Yesterday, we had a lot of great baseball, college baseball, for those of you that are interested in that. It started out with the second round of the SEC tournament with LSU beating South Carolina in the SEC baseball tournament in Hoover, Alabama at the Hoover Met. And then it kind of went on throughout the day. You got Arkansas outlasting Texas A&M. That one went into the 11th inning where Arkansas walked it off. And then later in the evening, you had Alabama playing, and man, what a game that was. Alabama and Florida were playing, and Alabama was winning. They had a huge top of the 11th inning at bat, and they scored a couple and were actually up, I think, 6-3 going into the bottom of the 11th. And then Florida hits a 3-run home run and walks it off, beats them 7-6 in 11 innings. And then the late game last night, Auburn lost to Vanderbilt 6-4. So that means that today at 1 o'clock Central, Auburn and Alabama play in an elimination game. So one of those two go home today as part of that double elimination type deal. But going to be a lot of good baseball today. It looks like you got all kinds of different tournaments. First of all, South Carolina, Texas A&M play early, and the loser goes home in that game. And then, as I said, you got Alabama and Auburn play, and loser goes home in that game. And then as you move on through the evening, the dinner time game, I should say, is going to be, let's see here, Vanderbilt and Florida play late. And I want to say LSU and Arkansas play. At around 4:30. But those two late games, nobody's lost in those two games. So going to be an interesting day. And I see over in the Sun Belt, Troy and Southern Miss play today at 4. I saw Jacksonville State won yesterday in their conference.
I saw where an umpire actually just screwed the whole thing up in the American Conference.
Mm-hmm.
With that hot dog eting incident, sandwich incident.
Yeah, so silly.
That's so stupid.
It is.
Who makes that call?
And I just don't understand, and we even talked about this back when the JUCO tournament was going on that JC's team was playing in. You know, certain umpires, they focus on different things. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like certain things bother them, and that's their focus. It's like some umpires, they don't care if you step out the dugout a little bit, if there's been a home run, just kind of stay in your area. And then you have others that it's like, no, and it's just like 1 foot out. You know, it's just weird. And then you have some people, when it comes to celebrations and all this, it's just a strange little world.
What I'm talking about is East Carolina's led off the inning against South Florida in Game 1 of their tournament, the American, with a home run. He rounds the bases. He comes into the dugout. As he's coming to the dugout, his players are out to congratulate him for hitting a home run. And a star pitcher for them, who is supposed to make the Game 2 start the next day, hands the guy a sandwich or hot dog. So at first they were calling it a hot dog, and then they're saying now it was a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Well, he might need that.
But exactly. And so protein. He grabs it, takes a bite, and then walks down the steps of the dugout. All his teammates are there. The umpire throws the kid out that had the sandwich, which happened to be the star pitcher of Game 2.
Why?
Because he's thrown out, he now can't pitch in Game 2 the next day.
What's the rule?
The rule is in a celebration you can't have a prop. Mm-hmm. So he was
sandwich?
Well, but guys, if you watch it, there's no they're 10, 12, maybe 15 feet from the actual steps of the dugout.
Come on.
Okay, it's not like they're around home plate dancing around. So he goes around the bases quick, like you're supposed to do. There's no pimping. There's none of that. He hits the plate because we've taken fun out of baseball.
Yeah.
You step on the plate and you start sprinting to the dugout, and that's when his teammates congratulate and reached out and handed him a sandwich. He took a bite out of it as he's doing this, giving everybody five. Goes to the dugout and he throws the kid out. It's just the most ridiculous thing. And it doesn't just impact that situation. It impacts the next game.
Worst case scenario, walk over to them and go, hey, look, y'all do realize I could call that as a prop.
Yeah.
Just giving y'all a heads up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand it. I really don't.
That's somebody that a little power hungry.
Yeah.
I do it as I can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's exactly
Speedy, what would you have said to him when you yelled from the stands?
Would you have lost your mind?
Yeah, I'd probably told him to focus a little bit more on these bad calls.
Yeah,
a little less on that over there. Yeah.
Feeding the hungry.
Yeah. Quit blinking.
Good night.
It's a curveball. Quit blinking. I see you flinching.
Keep your eyes open.
Yeah.
Good.
Hey, don't give up on it. Don't give up on it.
I know there's good umpires and good and good officials out there.
For sure.
But when they make it about them, I mean, he could have easily walked over there and gave them a warning. And even I don't even think a warning was.
No.
And if I was at East Carolina, I'd be giving peanut butter jelly sandwiches to everybody.
Yeah.
Be my new
good night, man. I don't get some of them, and some
they make it about them, and that's what it's about. These kids have worked so hard to be out there and earn this opportunity to play in a conference tournament, and then you're gonna steal it from them over a celebration that they tone down like no other.
Yeah. Crazy.
Because y'all make them do that anyway.
But there's a prop involved.
Yeah, I saw where
so what?
I want to say and it was younger boys. I want to say 12U Team USA were in some huge tournament. Kid hits a grand slam. Is coming around. Team is all hovered around first, home plate, and here he comes around third, and they're all jumping up and down and can't wait and all this kind of stuff. And he comes through and touches home plate, and they all woohoo, all this kind of stuff, and they're patting him on the helmet and all this, and they go to the dugout, and then the umpire calls him out, claims he missed home plate.
Yeah. Oh,
and I watched the video, and I'm sitting there looking, and I'm like, boy, it looks like he touched that plate, and
so it wasn't obvious.
No, I mean, it wasn't like he totally just his stride took him over the plate or whatever. I mean, it looks like he hit the plate. It does. But I guess the other team protested, or the umpire saw it because the umpire was looking like this and called him out. And I'm thinking, okay, the kid just hit a grand slam.
I know.
It looks like he touched home plate. What are you doing?
I know.
I mean, come on.
So what?
It was a home run, and it looked like to me
don't even
that
look and see if you touch it.
It looked like that the toe of his cleats hit the corner of it.
Yeah.
And it was obvious it was a home run. What are you doing?
Well, and
I just think silly stuff like
well,
that.
Well, and back to this, there are things that kids do. You eat in the dugout. I hate to break it to the umpires, but you eat in the dugout, and it's no different than you putting your glove down. What if he would have said, "Hey, I'm gonna go hit a home run, hold my glove, and give it to me when I get back"? He could have said, hey, I'm about to go hit a bomb, and when I'm done around the bases, you can give me my sandwich back, and handed it to me.
Right.
And so it may not have even been a prop to use to celebrate.
Because think about it. How's a sandwich a prop?
It's really not. It's a foreign object that they can't. But by the way, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches are,
they're a hit in the dugout.
They're on point in the dugout.
Yes, they are. They're on point on tennis court, too.
Yeah.
What about the Uncrustables?
Yeah, I see the team.
Ugh,
They're making
like
their own
those.
little sandwiches all the time in there. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But I do want to mention in passing, because I want to be sure all the information is out there, we just heard that the Trump administration, and mainly President Trump, is so evil that he would not even do as new school board president the Pledge of Allegiance to start the meeting as they have done in the past. The evil President Trump actually took a step today to keep customers from overpaying for prescription drugs. In all his evilness, he wanted to remove a cloak of not getting information to the customers. The pharmacists before could not tell customers they would actually pay less for their drugs if they would just pay cash for them and not use their plans.
Mm-hmm.
He has removed that. He says these gag rules to him are a really, really bad and wicked business practice. And one of the bills applies to the private health insurance, the other to Medicare, and it keeps health plans or middlemen that manage the pharmacy benefits from getting in between the pharmacist and their customer. So now they are no longer going to be contractually prohibited from telling consumers they would actually save money by not using the insurance plan and just pay cash. So another wicked move by Trump.
Well, I started to say, can we as Americans, of whatever persuasion, liberal, progressive, conservative, whatever, Republican, Democrat, can we all agree that it would be good if prescription drugs were less expensive? Can't we all agree on that?
I don't know that has a political party. Do you?
And apparently this gag order that was in there, and I don't know why it was in there, I don't know how it got in there, is a limiting factor in that, and that's a great step forward. And I know a lot of these drugs are available in other countries cheaper, and I think we need to focus in and find out why and remove those restrictions. Now, I know part of the reason why, because all the R&D costs go here.
Right.
Yeah. They don't go to other countries.
That's right.
They benefit from our research and development.
You're right.
And there's also a lot of legal issues here that they don't have tying them down in other countries. So, let's hammer that out. I think that's good for every American that we have better health care cheaper. I mean, no one who is against that.
And based on what the school board president said about he's attacking our liberties, this almost sounds like he's giving more freedom to the consumer.
Yeah.
Does it seem like that to you?
Yeah,
that's how it feels.
I think that's just a great speech.
Well, just another evil move by Trump to actually want consumers to be informed on how much their drugs really cost.
Yeah, I know. Give them an option.
And he's continuing to say that prescription drugs are too high, but he said at least this is something I can do to let the consumer know which decision they want to make is less expensive. So,
who is against that unless you're the guy at the drug company tied to the bottom line? I don't know.
Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with business. And
I want you to make a profit, but I don't want you to kill me on it.
Well, I would say that Donald Trump certainly isn't an enemy of business and isn't an enemy of profit. But he's saying there's certain types of profit moves, and some of you may say that's hypocritical based on some business moves he's made in the past. I don't know. But I will say this. He thinks that there's a gouging going on because the pharmacists have been gagged from telling the consumer the entire picture. And I think we all – and some people may say I still would rather use my insurance plan or my Medicaid because I don't have the cash handy, but you should at least know.
Right.
And that's all he's saying. You should know the deal. And so just another evil move by Trump.
And Rick, there's a story here that I know Greg has wanted us to get to. Do you have something else you're going
I was going to do
there?
this space station update, but we can do that. Start at the top of the hour if you want.
Well, Natural Light has released that they're going to put into the marketplace a 77 pack of beer to honor the year it was created.
How much? How many?
77.
77.
Wow. A lot of brewskis.
77.
I know it's been around that long.
Man, that might be heavy to carry out, right?
Well, Bubba, 7 is the number of completion.
It will be released for a limited time only, so get your 77 pack of Natural Light. And look, on the package it says 77 natties on it.
wow.
You have to have some help getting it to the car.
Just in time for Talladega weekend.
That's right.
You know, I'm afraid 77 natties in one purchase goes back to what we said yesterday about I'm so heavy that a beast of burden can't carry me.
Yeah.
I mean, this has to be a wake-up call. Oh, my gosh, I just bought a 77-pack.
Yeah, I'm going with the 77 pack.
I've got a problem. So,
Rick, that ought to do me.
I got to talk to somebody.
Oh, wait a minute. It's only going to be introduced in College Park, though. Is that why? Is that where
come
they started?
on, man.
Oh, no, Greg. Sorry.
How far is
buddy,
that?
the king of utility beers.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
Old
The
classic.
77 pack.
Working man's beer.
Is that the pack? I mean, how big is that pack?
Hey,
What
Ad was just showing it on
77 be?
CRTV. There you go.
So about I don't know.
It's
what
like
would
a
you-
boxed keg.
I started saying kind of keg
It
size.
is. It's like
Yeah.
you're carrying a keg full of cans.
But it's got two handles. See it?
You know what? Did we ever
You
put
and a
in,
buddy,
Did
right?
we ever put in that Natty story in here? That news person, Natty, when that reporter was talking about all pursuit of Natty. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know that we ever put it in there.
I forgot
If so,
about
I
that.
looked at Natty. I don't know. Remember, we laughed our heads off.
Natty Ice.
Yeah, so that was the one. So anyway, but it's only going to be available where it was created.
I think in College Park. That's what it says.
Yeah.
I think if Cleveland wins another game, they're going to have a special pack open up.
Hey,
I'm
buddy.
sorry. They've already done that. Never mind.
That's
That was
over. They have.
Come on, man.
But again, I got to say, 77 cans in one purchase has got to be a waste.
77.
77
That's a
comes
big
here on
number.
the wall.
Of course.
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you? A welcome brand new hour starts with our national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Rick and Bubba University interns, Lord of the Jacket is here. Super P here as they bang out a degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University. Common sense, as we all know, now is a superpower. We'll unpack another one for you today. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
she is. Tina Turner. Dead at 83. 83.
What a legendary performer.
Oh, yeah.
And she, Rick, I'll say this. We saw her perform before Super Bowl 34. We had, we carried listeners to see that.
I do remember that.
And it was in Atlanta. And I'll tell you, the hype and the excitement around her performing may have been as much as the ball game.
Bubba, unlike apparently in the kickoff hour, Speedy's wife, I do remember being with you at Tina Turner.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think
Speedy's wife doesn't remember being with him.
No, I think Adler has some video of that performance from that show
of us at the Super Bowl.
when she hit the stage at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and it was the Titans against the Rams.
Yeah,
it was a famous,
great.
Yeah.
The yard short.
The large short.
Yeah, I was at that one too.
Yeah, so you and I are there for this. We're somewhere in that crowd. Are you there too, Speedy?
I am.
Yeah. Now we remember being with you.
Oh, not.
Someone to show you the way.
Okay.
Someone to make your decisions. But I let you lead me astray.
So there you go. So
Wow.
we saw that.
It is.
That's it. We're right up there, Rick.
Yep, we're right up there.
We're right up there.
I've been there
Like
somewhere.
we saw this from the side, so we're
Yeah.
like right up there
Yeah.
in that upper deck.
Yeah,
right
somewhere up there.
Yep.
But I do remember that. Unfortunately, you're going to ask me a question I don't remember about.
I will say this: her performance and the excitement of her coming on and her singing "Proud Mary" to wrap it up, which just brought the house down. Of course.
Sure.
It overshadowed the halftime performance. Now, we saw one of the greatest halftime performances in my book, where we saw Britney Spears, NSYNC, and Aerosmith perform together, and that was in Tampa. But this one, the halftime show, do you have any recollection at all of who the halftime show was?
I'm going to say the Doobie Brothers.
Up with people.
Well, believe it or not, Greg is closer than you were, Rick. The show was called Tapestry of Nations.
Oh, my gosh.
And it was sponsored by Epcot Amusement Park in Florida. It featured a variety of singers from different backgrounds, including Christina Aguilera, Phil Collins, Tony Braxton, and one of the Iglesias, Daddy Iglesias, which I'm not going to try to say his name this early.
That's just my luck. The Super Bowl finally comes to Atlanta. It's a car drive over. I have tickets to go, and I get the Tapestry of Nations.
Right.
Before the halftime show. But at least I got Tina. At least I got Tina Turner.
on.
Yeah, at least I got Tina Turner.
Yep.
So anyway, in the pregame show. So Tina Turner, and the question's always asked. Of course, Bubba couldn't announce it. He will announce her death again next year.
Yeah.
Well, you've gone ahead and you've announced it now. So I'm free to talk about it.
Right, and then I was asked the question: did I think she had already passed? And the answer was yes, because when she did this thing where she moved to Switzerland, she got off the landscape.
Right.
That's
And
true.
if you leave the landscape, and I know you're getting old, I think you're gone.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, so that's I was a little taken
Did you know
back.
she had a kidney transplant during her life too?
I didn't know that.
Y'all like the movie about her?
I do. I think her story, and I saw
it's
her.
incredible.
I saw her one time take on, and they were showing the highlights, and I remember this. There were a lot of women, even though she did get the courage to leave the abusive relationship and defend herself physically, she really took issue with people saying that she lacked courage for how long she stayed. And she said, I would say the opposite.
Yeah.
Enduring what I had to endure actually requires a tremendous amount of courage.
Yeah.
So I don't like being told I was weak when I was dealing with what I was dealing with. I actually persevered through it. So anyway, and she says it lacked a lot of intelligence to be able to maneuver around that the way I did and stay alive.
Yeah.
So anyway, incredible story. And the thing, this is the thing you always think about when people take songs. John Fogerty and CCR, that's Proud Mary is theirs.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think their version of it or her version of it is the more iconic? When you think of Proud Mary, do you think of Tina Turner or CCR?
I think CCR.
I do too.
I do, but I also when you see them doing it, the production that it was with the dancers and all that.
Yeah,
but you're right. But
If I had both of them performing that song in two rooms on a hall next to each other, I would go watch Tina Turner. I think.
Yeah. Well,
and
from a
performance,
John Fogerty said he appreciates it. He has no problem. He likes it.
You know, when Ike comes in there singing the first part real slow, and then they kick it in.
Yeah. John says he likes those Turner checks.
I bet he loves it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Keep showing it.
If I'm in a truck driving along, I want CCR.
Right.
If I'm on the road in a car, I want CCR. If I want to see a performance, honestly, I would go see Tina Turner as well.
Oh,
it's
no doubt.
Crazy.
Yeah, CCR, they were great musicians, but they were in that thing where the band just got on the stage and played. They didn't have, Tina was in the age of big productions and a
this
lot
was
of
the year
that
2000, by the way.
Yeah.
The
Can
year
you believe it? 2000, Rick,
23
is when that
years ago.
Super Bowl was.
Wow.
You remember she hit it big again in the 80s when we were growing up.
Yeah.
She was in her mid-40s then.
Yeah, she very popular. Tell me this, Rick, and I can't remember what it was. She did something with Mel Gibson. What was that?
Oh, that was the Thunderdome.
She was in Thunderdome, right?
Yeah.
As an actress, right?
Oh,
Hey, break a deal, face the wheel.
That's it.
Break a deal, face the wheel.
She was the one.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Yeah.
He was a raggedy man.
And you know what? One of my favorite songs.
That's so good.
One of my favorite songs that she did doesn't. It was a duet, but Bryan Adams.
Oh, that's a good song.
Yeah, It's Only Love. That's a good song.
Real good
that
song.
is a good
That's
song.
a great song. Yeah. So that was when she was huge, and even the other artists wanted her to do something with them. That's when you know you're really going now.
Yeah.
Everybody wants you to appear on everybody's album.
Speedy, I enjoyed you trying to convince Terry that she had
Oh
seen
yeah,
things.
I've been to a concert and she does a great
With
concert.
somebody.
The line of the morning,
I know it
John
was
Calvin.
Terry.
That's enough.
Yeah, I tell you what I liked was the fact that you brought that date out and you were justified. I thought you were in trouble. I thought you were in bad trouble.
Rick and Bubba.
You brought out.
They were that natural light was created in 1977.
That's a big number.
I like it.
That's a big number.
Oh, here it is. The pack is said to weigh 65 pounds.
Hey, you got to have help.
A little help on that.
Little workout.
Oh, you got.
And it gets lighter and lighter.
Further you go.
Hey, it's not as heavy as it was when I got it.
Counting 27.
Hey, hey, Speedy, conversation. We're very, very pleased. So I see you finally decided to get some help. Yeah. I bought a pack of 77 Natty Lights. Yeah, there's something about that made me call somebody.
I looked at that case and thought, I ain't going to do it.
I woke up and there was like this giant case laying empty over in the corner, and I just thought to myself, look at the size of that thing.
Check that
Let
baby
me
out.
ask you this.
I just drank 65 pounds of beer.
There's a little warning sticker on it on the picture that we got.
That's what I bet.
Mm-hmm. And it says, warning, it's not heavy.
That's funny.
Okay.
It may say natural light, but it's 77 cans. It's still heavy. Wow.
And then if you're into recycling, there's your pile of aluminum right there.
Yeah. That's a pile of it. And we thank you for being with us here today. Now, we've talked a lot about this, and look, we know that we're getting older, and some things may seem convoluted to us, or what are these young whippersnappers doing now? But one of the odd things that's out there, and look, if you come up with a business plan and you're an entrepreneur and you can make it work, I certainly applaud you. But we have people that said, look, Uber started working in the taxi world where people just use their own vehicles. And they say, I want to be an Uber driver, and
it was based on feedback, Rick.
Right.
You had to perform because the feedback was live. You had it right there. You knew what they were rated and all that.
And that certainly has solidified. It's had a few issues itself.
Yeah,
because
but it's also grown some other ones like Lyft and some other things.
So then you get into, well, if you can do that with your automobile, why can't you do that with your home? Thus was born Airbnb.
No, we have a Airbnb here on the staff.
Yes,
says that all the time.
A dedicated Airbnber, better known as TV producer Eddie Van Adler.
Yep.
He's an Airbnb.
Loves to go and stay at somebody else's house.
He does. He does.
Books in their closet.
Certainly, we know there's some creepiness to a hotel, but just mentally, I feel better about going into a place. It's just odd when. When I go on vacation, I want the sense that everything is a vacation feel. I can't have part of my vacation that I feel like that drunk uncle that can't get his act together has to go sleep over at some family member's house.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now on our vacation, we're staying at somebody else's house like house guests. It just feels odd to me. And maybe
people I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I'm just
sometimes they're there.
Well, here's another story today. The headline says this: a couple had to arm themselves with knives after their Airbnb superhost crashed through their bedroom window in the middle of the night. Now
Crashed through the window?
Yeah, that's what it says. Said they had to arm themselves with kitchen knives when their Airbnb, and it said this person was rated superhost.
Oh, so that's like
Now, Rick, they're 29, 28 years old. They're anesthesiologists. Couldn't they afford a hotel room?
It's just the
Probably a nice hotel, I would think. Yeah.
I don't know if it. Well, I don't know. I'm going to speak out here. But Adler could. Sometimes it's not the cost, right? They just want to do that, right? It's not the cost.
Adler, come here, man. What is a superhost?
Well, that's a rating.
It's like a 5-star.
I think that's a rating, a 5-star. I'm just guessing.
But I wanted to see what Adler thought.
Put it this way:
he's coming in.
This is an isolated incident, or you wouldn't be a superhost.
You
right?
couldn't be.
That's
if
right.
you're going to crash through the people renting your home's window and they have to get knives to defend you off, you will lose your superhost status. I would
You
think.
will.
It's not very super, guys.
Yeah. Not at all.
Not
Do you
super.
always stay at a superhost house when you go?
I've stayed at a couple superhost houses before.
And we write that is what that means.
Yeah, and I think it's like
What if you sucked and you're really bad? What do they call you then?
I don't know.
As the host.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they
You had
call
never
it.
stayed at one of those.
I haven't.
So
Greg,
what
we're in
kind
a
of
politically correct environment. That's simply called a not so superhost.
Not so
right,
unsuperhost.
Right.
Adler? If you what are
Host
the
challenge.
what is the rating system? Because I know nothing about Airbnb. It's not on my
I don't
radar.
want to know anything about it.
So what would a host? What could they be rated from what to what?
See, I've only seen like regular hosts and super hosts. I think once you pass a certain threshold and do a certain amount of rentals and you get a certain amount of positive reviews, I would say then you become a super host. I don't know.
21 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Our number's 866-WE-BE-BIG. You'll be definitely part of it. Short week. Best of Rick and Bubba tomorrow. Ain't no use pretending, don't you worry. But it's all in love. Ain't nothing else matters. It ain't you. Somebody say, it's all in love. Come on with it. Where were you on Bryan Adams?
Oh, I like Brian. I'm a big Bryan Adams fan.
Yeah, I am too.
Oh, big.
Yeah, I like him. He's good.
You're going to laugh when I say this, but for some reason, Bryan Adams and Billy Squire, to me, kind of remind me of each other.
I'm sorry, Greg.
Yeah, Bubba.
I'm trying to make that tough.
Sometimes I
No,
go.
I know they're not both
Yeah.
Canadians, are they?
Yeah,
I don't
no,
know.
no.
I know Bryan Adams is. I don't know about Billy Squire.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's all in love.
Did you
But
know?
anyway, that's a good tune right there.
Did you know Bryan Adams
Snappy.
co-wrote War Machine with Gene Simmons for Creatures of the Night?
You told me that one day. I refused to accept it, so I never applied it.
Okay.
Because I thought it was too bizarre. You know, I mean,
I know, I was the same way.
It's
I was
like I
like,
couldn't.
what?
It's like my mind couldn't take it in.
Yeah.
So anyway, I didn't know that. So all right, some other things that we have today. Yesterday's Bible study archive is now available. We finished Revelation 11. You can go catch that on our YouTube channel or on our podcast channel. Our pursuit of 100,000 subscribers. Last I looked, we're at 98.8. So we're closing in.
See, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
We can do this.
You know, we got a text from somebody who did hit 100,000, and they sent us a picture of their button.
Did they?
I was a little confused exactly which business it was that hit that, because I didn't. Right on the surface, I didn't think that business would probably have that many.
Look at us.
subscribers.
Yeah, they would, Bubba. I'll tell you why. Because that's their only outlet. Like if we shut all of our outlets
I see
down
what you're saying.
and said you only get us from YouTube,
I got you.
we would obviously be probably way closer to 200,000,
It'd go way up.
300,000.
It'd go way up.
So that's why.
Okay.
I thought the same thing when I first saw that.
I thought I'd have to
and
look
then
at
I
this.
started
This must
going.
be some
yeah,
other things tied in.
And
So
by the way,
1,200 people?
well, first of all, by the way, they're much bigger than we think. First of all, Greg and I actually went and did some things for them 5-6 years ago, and had some of these discussions, and they are not just in the Southeast, but almost nationwide and worldwide in areas with what they do. So they are bigger than what we think, but at the same time, they don't have as many outlets.
Okay, so I'm mistaken about what they do.
And we'll talk about that off air, but you're right. I thought the same thing, but then I started thinking about it, and I thought, this does make sense.
So we're 1,200 people.
Yeah.
We need 1,200 people.
That's it. I love this real time.
See this logo updated. How about this? We're 1,200 people.
The real time YouTube subscriber count that we are linked to here is pretty cool. I mean, you can sit here and just watch it.
So I'm excited that the people y'all are talking about, whatever y'all are talking about, that they did get their button, because
they did.
There was some concern that even if we got there, we might struggle to get our button.
Right.
And I want to get it.
Well, if they don't give us a button, we'll make our own button.
Well,
yeah.
Well, let me tell you, if they don't give us a button, we'll go nuts. You ever
Speaking of the internet going nuts.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. So last night, DeSantis announces he's in. He did it on Twitter, and the technology did not run that as smooth as they'd hoped.
Many glitches, many lockups last night. Apparently, there was just more demand than there was supply, and it got off to a rough start, Rick. You kind of hope the campaign doesn't follow that same
bad omen.
Well, when you see that he raised $1 million in an hour, so apparently he's still going to be okay as far as the campaign is concerned. But for Twitter, this is them with their growing pains. They want to try to do more things like this, and so this is probably something for them to go in there and say, "Hey, I knew something was going bad. I forgot about the announcement, and something came across." Where I am on Twitter, and said, "Hey, is anybody else is going down trying to watch DeSantis?" And I thought, "Oh, they're having a problem." So some of that did not work technically as well as they wanted. The DeSantis campaign did raise $1 million in an hour, and then of course I see this headline, and I haven't looked over these stories, but I just look at that headline, and I just kind of do I even want to read it? Trump's bizarre reaction to DeSantis announcement sparks confusion online.
Yeah, boy, I'm telling you.
Yeah, so do I even,
something about
it was
story.
weird. It was weird.
It's
don't
like
know
my
the
button's
story,
bigger
Rick.
than yours or something.
Yeah, I saw.
the red weird.
I saw the headline. I didn't dig into it yet, but I thought, well, this is going to be a dandy.
Can I read Proverbs 15, 31 and 32 again from yesterday? The ear that listens to life-giving reproof will dwell among the wise. Whoever ignores instruction despises himself, but he who listens to reproof gains intelligence. So, and you know what that is in Calhoun County terms? The wise are coachable.
Yes.
Be
coachable, live longer.
Right. So I don't know what Trump's talking about here, and I will say this is a quote. My red button is bigger, better, stronger, and working. Yours does not. Mm-mm. And did he call him Rob? Isn't his name Rob?
He did call him Rob.
And he's calling him Rob. Sherry theorizes that Trump, unlike us, calls people by their wrong names as a put down.
Yeah, he does. I believe you're right.
Yeah,
we just make mistakes.
I think you're right.
Okay. Yeah. Or Sherry's right.
Or is it like, is he going to have some joke about like robbing or something? You never know what he's up to.
He comes up with names.
The button comment goes back to something he said to Kim Jong-un about when they were trying to test rockets. And
Little
having
Rocket
some
Man.
Hit and misses.
Rocket Man.
And Trump said, I got a red button on my desk, and it actually works.
Can I waste my breath for a minute? Do you mind?
No, sure, Ray. Go for it.
I'm just gonna waste my. I don't know why I would waste words. We're only given so many in a lifetime, I think. Right. But I'll waste a few. It would be good for the Republican Party if this didn't turn into a bloodbath.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. They need to play nice. They really
right,
do.
Right.
But that Rick,
unity
that's not gonna
and
I know
primaries.
You know how
don't go
sometimes
together.
you want to focus on a common enemy and all work together.
Yes.
Yeah.
You remember Ronald Reagan?
I don't know why I just did that.
Great
It's
quote.
a complete waste of my time.
Who has to be the greatest Republican president?
Sure.
In our time.
Right.
Based on numbers.
Mm-hmm.
That you just don't say bad things about other Republicans,
right.
And I guess that's going to be hard to find here in this.
It will be. It will be.
Yep.
Be interesting to see if DeSantis can stay disciplined and not get pulled into the vortex.
Yeah, that's.
But I'm not saying he can.
There's a point where you just have to fire back, and can he be that patient? I don't know.
But anyway, he announced Twitter had some problems, but DeSantis is in. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's not like a 1 to 10 or a 1 to 5 or something.
No, yeah, it's not a 1 to 10, and I think really you got to look at those reviews, and this is I think an anomaly, guys. This is not what normally happens with Airbnb. Just to clarify it, I've never had this happen.
Like alligators never eat people, right?
That's right, exactly.
It's just an isolated incident, in a rare Airbnb attack.
That's right.
Let me go to this because Bubba, I'm reading this story. You're not going to believe what happened. So they're 5:30 a.m. They hear the sounds of banging at the door. Please picture this. They got out of bed and heard a man shout, "I know you're in there, Kevin." When she opened the door, she confronted the crazed man and told him to go away. Now, listen, you're going to love this. Then she shut the door and called the person they were renting from, only to hear the cell phone number they just dialed ringing outside of the door, meaning, oh, my gosh, this is the host.
Yeah.
They thought they were calling the people they were renting from to say, we got a crazed man here, to hear the number they just called ringing outside the door. It says their fears were confirmed when he picked up the call, admitting that the yelling man had in fact been him. Yeah, that was me, he said, according to Jackson, which is one of the people renting.
Sorry, that was just the first part of it.
Sorry about the confusion. Life's too short for me to give you an explanation. Have a nice time in L.A.
But Rick, that's just the first part.
Yeah, that's
now. Then the next day,
the next day it got worse.
They tried to brush it off.
Right.
And the story says they had a nice day at the beach, and then chaos struck the following night when a man crashed through their bedroom window at about 2 a.m. while they were sleeping, knocking glass everywhere.
Good night.
Well, who was it? Was it Superhost?
Yeah. Did it turn out to be the guy again, Bubba? Because you're right. I knew that.
They said that the man grabbed the phone to call 911, but quickly recognized the man
was him again.
Yeah, it was JJ.
JJ.
It's the host again.
Does he sleepwalk?
And evidently,
a vampire or something? What does he do?
The couple had to barricade themselves in the kitchen and arm themselves with knives.
What in the world?
Evidently, this guy was renting out this house, and I just skimmed this, so I don't even know if this is correct, but he was renting out this house, and he didn't even own the house. Unbeknownst to the owner, he was renting out this house. That's how he got a whole bunch of rentals done and didn't attack those people, got some positive reviews, became a super host, but then turns out he doesn't even own this house. And I could be reading the story wrong. I just skimmed it, so I could be reading it wrong.
I think his super host status is in jeopardy.
I think so too.
So he was a renter, and then
using the house as
using the house as a way to make money with the Airbnb.
That's right. You have to own the.
But anybody know why he's suddenly crashing through the window? Anybody explain that?
I would say probably drugs or alcohol, Greg, or mental illness. Really, is probably what it comes down to.
Well, you hate for your superhost to be mentally ill.
Yeah,
that's not
makes
good.
It tough.
They said that JJ, former superhost, told the police that Airbnb had ordered him to evict the people over cleaning fees. That turned out not to be true. So, that's a strong eviction to crash through the window at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
And it said at some point an elderly woman came out of the main house. I guess they were renting part of it, or a guest house or something, and asked the couple who they were. She said she owned the property, and to your point, Adler, that JJ rented the guest house from her, but wasn't supposed to be renting it to others.
Right.
So he is a renter. He's a renter to the main house, but he decided he'd start Airbnb his part of their house.
Yep.
So that's what happened.
Yep.
Now he did somehow get a super host
through a window.
Yeah, and then now Airbnb agreed to refund them the $708 they paid to rent the house for a week. Not a bad buy, unless the fact you have to fight off the person with a knife.
Yeah.
The couple said they didn't get credit until last week, but here's the bottom line that they're mad about. They had to go to a nearby Hilton, so now they're coming in late, which means you're not getting any early rates. Said the whole week cost them about $2,300.
Wow.
Including parking and other expenses because they're in L.A., and where they had to go, I guess, was highly expensive. And they've asked Airbnb for just a straight $5,000 to cover everything. Their final offer that they said they would settle for was $2,700, and now I don't know why they're asking for therapy sessions, but that seems to be
well, you may need it after all that.
So anyway, they did not have a good Airbnb experience. with JJ, former Superhost.
Yeah, I thought it was bad when
Sounds like a movie, doesn't it?
I thought it was bad when I was renting a place in Breckenridge, and I'm headed there. I'm in a bus headed to my Airbnb up in the mountains, and they call me and they said we had a pipe bust last night, and the place is frozen out, frozen solid. You don't have anywhere to stay. That was the worst Airbnb ever.
You never told me about that.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Well, see, that's the good news at a hotel. They move you to another room.
There you go. So I ended up getting a hotel. Airbnb reimbursed me the rental fee, and they paid for my hotel.
Okay, that's cool.
I mean, Airbnb is usually, they're such a big company. They can absorb these kind of losses. And with all this bad press they're getting, they want to make good on that kind of stuff.
What a It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE BIG is our number. As we make our way back, thank you for being with us. I know, economy a little volatile out there. Now more than ever, LearBubba.com is a great idea. Go to LearBubba.com. Do you ever hear anybody, have you heard anybody go, I'll tell you one thing, gold is worthless.
No.
Have you ever heard anybody say that?
No.
Yeah, but they'll say things like the dollar's worthless, won't they? Or losing value or whatever. But anyway, when you look around right now and you see inflation, I don't care whether anybody admit it or not. I can see inflation when I just simply went. Last night I went to the grocery store and guess what I saw? Inflation.
Yep, it was there.
Yeah, so many smart investors have always valued gold as a hedge against inflation. Plus, as more countries start moving away from doing business in U.S. dollars, our country, the value of your bank accounts, your retirement monies are at risk. Now, you couple that with the bank upheaval that we're seeing that's happening out there, the people running things in Washington. Do you go to bed with the administration we have in office right now saying, you know what, our economy is secure? Anybody go to bed that way?
No.
I mean, look, look at Bubba's face.
No?
Look, Bubba's trying to picture it, and he's trying to see, does he? We try not to, harp on it, but if you think about it, you think, no, I don't feel great about it. Not great. So there is something you can do. You can protect your finances with gold and other precious metals. Highly respected financial analysts out there keep saying they think it is still very possible that gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce, and there's no way for them to guarantee that. But if it gets anywhere near, based on the prices that gold still can be bought, you're gonna do well. You'll get a major return. So why don't you go right now to LearBubba.com? 25 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews. You can call 1-800-707-4575, LearBubba.com, or call 1-800-707-4575. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So DeSantis announced last night on Twitter that he will run. We talked about Twitter did have some.
Well, it was kind of on Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter had some stability problems, and that's something that they, you know, Elon. He's going to go into the boardroom and go out. Now, how did that happen? And resolve that. But it was still his announcement. He and his campaign has this video and audio for those of you listening about his launch. Here it is.
Our border is a disaster. Crime infests our cities. The federal government makes it harder for families to make ends meet, and the president flounders. But decline is a choice. Success is attainable, and freedom is worth fighting for. Righting the ship requires restoring sanity to our society, normalcy to our communities, and integrity to our institutions. Truth must be our foundation, and common sense can no longer be an uncommon virtue. In Florida, we proved that it can be done. We chose facts over fear, education over indoctrination, law and order over rioting and disorder. We held the line when freedom hung in the balance. We showed that we can and must revitalize America. We need the courage to lead and the strength to win. I'm Ron DeSantis, and I'm running for president to lead our great American comeback.
There you go. So the announcement, if you look at what he's saying, If you just walk around, you can chew gum, you can take steps and pull all that off. You don't even have to pat your stomach, rub your head at the same time. If you can just chew gum and walk, and you had two men standing before you, are candidates, men or women, and one of them governed Florida to where it is right now, and the other governed California to where it is right now. Which one would you like to put in charge of the country?
I would rather copy Florida, Rick.
There you go.
Not even close.
Right. And so, when you think about governors, that's the two you think about, Newsom and DeSantis. Now, you still got Trump, you still got, Tim Scott, Nikki Haley, and the others I'm not sure about. But those are the ones over there that you still would look at any of them and say, I'll take them over Newsom or Biden.
Yes.
Yeah. And but that's governor against governor.
It'll make again for an interesting election season.
You think? I know you've said it'll be Newsom, and I agree with you. That, yes, I don't think there's any way on earth that Joe Biden can truly be a candidate for another 4 years.
I'm talking
Rick,
about
I'm talking mentally.
No politics out.
Yeah.
I just don't think that the people who handle the Democratic Party are going to allow it, because let's say he defeats whoever the Republican is, he is going to be he's just a risk every time he opens his mouth.
Exactly.
His age has caught up with him, obviously.
Well, it's not like we didn't give him a shot. He's been able to govern since 1972.
And even if he was in, I think that he will become such fodder with the things that are yet to come that it will do everlasting damage to the Democrat Party, that they may not win an election for a cycle or two. I think it will hurt them more. And much like the Republicans, I think that people are clamoring for a new generation of leaders.
I agree. Do you think the strategy is, now we've all seen this because we love sports analogies.
Yeah, right.
We've all seen this where you go, guys, our only chance to win based on the point difference is let them score and let's get the ball back, and that gives us a chance.
Right.
On the let them score, do you think all this Biden crime family stuff, the Democrats, where they would normally go and cover it, will they allow this to overtake Biden and go, well, what can we do? He all this was against him, and let that be let him be destroyed by all that, so then they don't have to just say you can't run.
I think what you're asking is, okay, let's say we run the Democratic Party. We're in the back room.
Yeah.
We're the ones making the calls.
Picture that.
And right now, we're trying to figure out how do we get Biden out of being the leader of our party,
where we don't look like we as the party got rid of him.
I think you probably try to make the pitch to him to somehow step out, go out gracefully and be a hero, as opposed to being in the office again for another 4 years and be a bumbling idiot.
Right. Now, can he cognitively even understand that point?
Well, again, we look at the polling data we had yesterday that CNN reported. We'll stay with their reporting. Second worst president of all time.
Right.
He easily could pass Jimmy Carter if he hangs around.
Oh, if he goes 4 more?
It's just, it's not even funny anymore, really, some of it.
But is it possible in his state you could say what you just said to him, and as clear as you just said it, and him look at you and go, but I got hairy legs?
Well,
and you look around and go, we got to do something.
I think they could point out, too, that the cloud of prosecution on him
That's about kind of what I was
and his family loom big, and if he hangs around, that not only will that happen, that they will help it happen.
Okay, so using it, but never letting him be actually arrested.
That's right out of a TV show.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But it makes sense not to let it scar the party that we had a president who was charged criminally and indicted, and found guilty. We will tell you this is a problem, and we'll do our normal thing for you, which means bail you out of this, but not if you run again. And you tell him you can step down and be a hero of the party,
and we'll make all this go away.
Right, or you can go away in shame.
Right.
And then let him choose it.
And you can be here.
I don't know that he can choose it.
He has to know he's not as sharp as he used to be at some point in time during the day. and say, look, do you want to be the president, see Hunter Biden walked out in handcuffs, or do you want to go away, retire, enjoy your family, and we'll make all this go away?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Look, the Democratic Party, for this, if they care about their party, and I know they do, they can't let this man truly be the candidate in 2024. I mean, they can't. I mean, you just can't do it.
Well, you see really on both sides of the aisle. You see both parties flying in a plane that potentially is headed to the side of a mountain.
Correct.
You've got Biden, who has lost his mental capability, and you have the Republicans that could absolutely mutilate each other in a DeSantis-Trump battle to the very end.
I know.
So both parties are facing a suicide mission, and really whoever wins will be whoever comes out of it with the less bruises.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. All right. Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll take them.
Going to be interesting.
Super P's on the phones. You can comment on this or anything. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available, so if you move right now, you can get in. Don't forget Best of Rick and Bubba show tomorrow. Speedy hosting that. Rick and Bubba replay on Memorial Day. And then all of us, Lord willing, back together on another live show coming up on Tuesday. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Out the hotel you ended up in, okay?
It was great. Yeah, I mean, it was La Quinta, you know.
But it's Breckenridge.
It was fine.
But it's Breckenridge area, so it probably still looked pretty nice.
Yeah, it was.
And you still had good views and all
that. It was great.
that.
Found out that I was walking like a mile to the bottom of the lift to go up the hill. I found out like the very last day I could have just walked across the parking lot and the slopes were right there. So that was a bummer. You ever walked with a snowboard?
I haven't. You know what? Strangely enough, I have not.
No, yeah, it was terrible. Yeah, I was like, oh, well, this week could have been a lot better.
So,
all right.
So wait a minute. You went how many days of inefficiency?
I went 4 days.
Oh
4
my
days
gosh.
walking a
Now
mile.
that flies all over me.
Yeah, walking a mile down, walking a mile back up.
Because I spend my life on every vacation finding the simplest way to do everything.
Yeah,
I got to know how you found out.
In the car, I was leaving, and I just looked over across the parking lot and realized, oh, that's the slope I've been skiing down this whole week. It's it's tough. It's tough.
You were going down to the bottom. And then and then coming up the ski lift when you didn't even have to have the ski lift.
Walking,
you were already where you needed to be.
I was.
Oh my gosh.
You're there. I was already there.
Oh my
gosh. No. But it's not as bad as having someone come through the window.
No, it's not
knives
that bad.
And stuff. There were no knives involved, so that was good.
Can you imagine? Hey, we're thinking about renting from JJ. Can you give us some feedback? Well, our experience wasn't that great.
If I could give 0 stars, I would.
Right? Can you give a negative star? I think a knife fight says JJ loses superhost status. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
RickandBubba.com/. Here we go, 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG, taking your phone calls now if you want to join us. Lines are available. We'll get started out of Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Jonathan is standing by, and if you want to join us right now, too, you can. Super P ready to go. Jonathan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What is going on, fellas?
We're good. We're good. Tell it.
Hey, I wanted to get y'all's take on this election. I kind of think that we're making a big mistake here because on a national scale, if Texas and Florida are not red, then, you know, the Republican Party does not stand a chance.
You're correct.
And I kind of think that DeSantis needs to stay in Florida because Trump's got his supporters, and no matter who the other side of this aisle is, you're not going to pull supporters from Trump. If it was just Trump and DeSantis, it would be a neck-and-neck race, and we might see who happens. But all those other people that are in this race are pulling votes from DeSantis. And here's the thing. I want to get your take on this, and then I'm going to hang up and listen. Does it really matter? Because we still haven't went to those suspect states, case in point, Arizona, and cleaned this election process up. So it's kind of one of those things where, you know, Trump's going to go on the attack, and unless it's just Trump and DeSantis, I don't see how you're going to beat Donald Trump.
So are you
beat
talking,
Donald Trump or beat Joe Biden?
Yeah, are you talking about Republican nominee or are you talking about general election? Because those are two big different things.
He hung up on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was saying the nominee.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he's saying that those that are voting for DeSantis could also be a Tim Scott, a Haley, and all that. But the Trumps are going to be Trump, and so
DeSantis have a better shot if it was just him.
If it was just the two
of
them.
Yeah. Well, no, he's right about that. Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Well, I think
to get
during
the
process after you have a primary or two, you're going to have people who are not getting big numbers, you know, who are not in the race, so to speak. And they will suspend their campaign because their donors will not keep giving them money to run when they obviously have no hope.
Yeah, I really believe that in the Republican Party, the majority, not everybody, but the majority, Donald Trump is, you're a Green Bay Packers fan and he's Brett Favre. And there's people saying it's time to go to Aaron Rodgers. And you're saying, I will not go to Aaron Rodgers until Brett Favre retires, okay, or he's removed from the team.
Right.
As long as he's on the sidelines, I want him to be my quarterback. No matter how much he can hurt us, no matter how past his prime he may be, I will never go to Aaron Rodgers as long as Brett Favre's on the team.
I understand that.
And so I think that beating Trump, to our caller's point, is going to be very, very difficult for DeSantis, Tim Scott, Nikki Haley, any of them. So, but to the bigger point, so what? If that's how the voters turn out, then he'll be the nominee, and the others will go back to what they were doing, and they may be part. And he'll either win or lose. If he loses again, bad for the country. But certainly, everybody will go, well, that wasn't the way to go. But it may be there's nothing you can do until he's done with it.
I think one thing that scares me the most here is Biden. How many people voted for Biden? Like 80 million people in this past election?
Yeah.
Those people didn't vote for Biden. They voted against Trump.
Yeah.
And so Trump is just so easy to vilify, and he's the big mad monster, and it's so easy to set him up as we must vote against him, and so we vote for Biden. Yeah. And that's I think a tough situation that we're probably going to find ourselves.
Well, what you're saying is what some of the polling data reflects, that far as the Republican nominee, Trump has those numbers.
Yep.
As far as the general election, he can't beat Biden.
Which is crazy.
I think he is the only one that can't beat Biden. There, I said it.
Well, here's what's so crazy.
It's the same exact thing we had with, honestly, Hillary was the only one Trump could have beaten.
Well,
it's flipped this time.
Here's what's so bizarre is that Trump got more votes this last time than he did when he ran against Hillary. He actually increased in votes, but Biden got more, of course.
Right.
And
So
until the Republicans can figure out this early voting, you're going to have the same thing where it's going to come down to a couple of states. And I know we've been saying this, but just like in Pennsylvania when Fetterman and Dr. Oz and all them, most everybody had voted a month prior. So when that debate happened, everybody had already casted their vote. And conservatives historically like to vote on election day. They like to go into a precinct and they like to vote. But they got to figure out how to get these early votings going a month ahead of time. Or because a lot of times by election day, the election's already been decided. Because the Democrats vote early. They always do.
David in Alabama. David, go ahead.
I'll figure out how to do it better.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy. Yep.
I just have a thought. If Trump loses a nomination because of his past and how the people don't like him and so forth, my concern is that he's going to run as an independent, and we're going to have another Ross Perot Bush issue, and it's going to split the Republican vote, and then we get a Democrat back in office no matter what.
Yeah, we've shared that same concern. You may not have heard that. We agree with you. We share that concern as well. Let's go to JJ in Tennessee. JJ, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How are y'all today?
Good. Great.
Hey, I got a quick question for you. So my son-in-law, they've been married right at a year, him and my daughter, and they're having their first cookout.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be bad grilling etiquette for a seasoned pro, myself, to step in and take the spatula from the rookie, or do you touch another man's grilling equipment?
You don't touch another man's grilling equipment. If he asks you to do it, like if he wants to honor you as his father or father-in-law, is it your son? Did you say?
It's my son-in-law. My daughter's.
Okay. Oh, it's even more sensitive then. Yeah. If your son-in-law says, "Hey, I'd love for you to show me how to grill or to grill for us," then you take it. You do not go over and suggest it. Absolutely not.
Even though this is his first time with the whole family.
JJ, I'm telling you, you asked me a question. I'm telling you the truth.
I think you could volunteer your services.
I'm over here if you need me.
In a very polite way, and then if he takes you up on it, you're good to go.
Yeah, just
say, look, I know this first one. If I can help in any way, let me know. Would you like to do the grilling? Well, sure, I'll take that.
And
that way you can play host.
And for him to be your daughter's husband, you want to build him up. Yep. You want him to be a man. You want to be able to go out there and do his own grilling at his own house.
Yep.
So you're here to support him and help him, but you're not here to usurp him.
Oh, it's going to be tough for him, I can tell.
Hey, JJ's not going to do it.
No.
I can tell by the way he talks.
Fight by noon.
I know you don't know what you're doing. I know what I'm doing. Get out of the way, boy.
Yeah, don't call your daughter and say, you need to let me do that.
Right.
Just say, I'm available, whatever you want.
I'm over here if you need me. Let's go to Spencer, South Carolina. Spencer, go ahead.
Hey, I was calling to see. I was listening to some reruns that Adler does on YouTube, and y'all had something on there about Speedy and his tuba hat. I was just wondering whatever happened to his tuba hat.
That's a great question.
It's in my office.
I'd like to see
great question.
A lot of things were lost in the move.
Yeah, no, it's in the office.
Are you still available to do the tuba dance?
Yeah, I haven't done it in a while.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we do that today? At some point?
It normally needs a live audience.
Of course, I can do it on the rug.
I actually forgot about it. Why don't we wait till Dr. Petro gets here?
Yeah.
You're about to say that?
I'm about to say, let's just do it when Petro's here. She won't know what's going on.
Right.
Love it.
It'll be hilarious.
Love
it. Speedy, you love that idea. Speedy, you love that idea.
Really?
That'll be right before she spins the wheel of canned meat.
All right.
Top of the hour, a special baby prediction when we come back. How about that? Oh, yeah. A lot going on with this family today. We'll come back and we'll do that when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Talk about the economy. Let's talk about your retirement. I know. I got it. I got my monthly statement too. Got it. And that's why I'm talking to the folks at Bank on Yourself. And here's why. If you are thinking about your retirement savings, were you told to max out your 401k? The Wall Street casino loves to roll the dice with your hard-earned life savings, but the only thing Wall Street guarantees is that they always get paid. Whether you win or lose, they're going to get paid, okay? So then you have to ask yourself a very uncomfortable question, and when we started talking to Bank on Yourself, it was uncomfortable for me because with their education, and I guess I knew this, I just never really looked into it because a lot of the stuff we do like robots. Do you really control your retirement money? And the answer, unfortunately, is no, you don't. If you've got a 401k, you don't, or an IRA, you don't. The government controls it. They decide how much you can borrow. They decide when you must pay it back. They decide the taxes you're going to owe. They decide the penalties you're going to get. And they get you on both ways. They'll penalize you if you take it out too soon, and they'll penalize you if you take it out too late. So you really don't control it. Even though, and this is what the government has done so well, is they make us forget it's your money. It's not theirs. But listen, you could be, with the way that our nutrition and our health is going now, and we're all living longer, you could go past your retirement for another 30 years on this planet, Lord willing. So are you destined to outlive your savings? Well, the study says on all these government plans, people are outliving their savings by almost 10 years. Can you imagine 10 years with no income when you need it the most? So there's a better way to do it. You can grow your nest egg by banking on yourself. It's guaranteed and predictable. It's a way to grow your hard-earned money. The retirement plan alternative gives you 100% control of your money, plus tax-free income in retirement. Yes, you'll know what your tax rate will be in retirement because it will be zero under current tax law, which protects you from the coming tax tsunami. Unlike the 401ks and the IRAs, with Bank on Yourself, you're in control. You get access to your money for any purpose at any time with no questions asked, no government penalties or restrictions on how much income you can take or when you can take it. Did you know Bank on Yourself is based on the same strategy that McDonald's used when no banker would give them a dime? Yeah, so it's been done before. So here's what you do. Get your free report with all the details on how to bank on yourself and the strategy that adds guaranteed predictability, tax savings, and control of your financial plan by simply going to bankonyourself.com/RBS. That's the show, RBS. Bankonyourself.com/RBS and find out more. Well, you know, CRTV is a new deal for us. We've only been doing it a few months, and we're excited about it, and we're getting great feedback on it. And so we're trying to get to know the rest of the CRTV family. And today, you have probably, if you have CRTV, you've probably seen his show, Rant Nation. Graham Allen will join us this hour. Graham.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
The pride of Columbus, Mississippi.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't really know how prideful that can be. Lowndes County representing.
Yeah, I go through there quite a bit now, having a student at Mississippi State.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you go to Oktibbeha County a lot.
Yeah, I go through all that.
Oh, yeah.
Quite a bit.
It's quite a scenic route.
It is.
Yeah.
I love every minute of it. It's only got about 4 or 5 speed traps, so that's not too bad.
Oh, yeah. Bad.
So what is the history with Rant Nation? Tell us how this happened. How did you end up putting this together? Where are you from? What is
who is Graham Allen?
What's the Graham Allen story?
Well, it was a brisk, cold night, January 29th, 1987. No, on a serious note, real quick, I just want to say that this is like a redneck bucket list for me to be on here because I grew up listening to Rick and Bubba.
Did you really?
Yeah, man. And so,
get out of here.
No, I'm serious. So this is a cool moment. You know, growing up listening to the radio and everything, you know, hearing you guys and now sitting here, it's pretty cool.
Thank you very much.
Anyway, but so Graham Allen is just a redneck from Mississippi, man. I'm married to my beautiful wife. She's sitting back here. We have 3 children, but I did 12 years in the Army. And so that was kind of my way out of Lowndes County.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. I appreciate it. There were a lot of guys that did a lot more than I did, I promise you. And so anyway, we moved to South Carolina, and it was my last duty assignment. And while I was there, I was at the corner of Permondary Road one day, and an old woman ran me off the road. You know, and so, I really wish that I could find out a way to find out who that woman was and thank her. Because if she had never run me off the road, I never would have made a video about people that can't drive. And that was the very first thing. That was the very first rant that ever happened.
Really?
Yeah, it was one of those random things. This wasn't like a planned deal. I didn't say, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start this whole brand idea and, you know, make that a job. It was an accident, and I kind of just got thrusted into it. And so I made that video. It took off, and then all my military buddies were like, "Well, I bet you can't do that again." And I said, "Well, watch this, buddy. I'll do it again." And so it kind of started off as like a gag, a joke, and,
right?
Making fun of guys that wear spandex leggings in the gym, and all this kind of stuff. Bad kids, bad parents.
Yeah.
If any.
Minutes past. A brand new hour from the No Name Studio out here on the bleeding edge of technology. As you hear coming out of the break, the gang is all here today, and we're going to start this hour with a very special baby prediction. So we're going to be talking to a family, and boy, when you hear their schedule today. Now, as we have talked about, Bubba, the science would tell us that the father of the child will dictate the gender of the child.
And what they tell us, right?
And we still do believe there are only two genders, and so they are giving it birth. But anyway, so as we talk to this family, listen to what's going on today. This will be Will and Shelby Flowers. They're about to welcome this beautiful baby. At 1 o'clock today, Shelby, Mama, is going to walk across the stage in Tifton, Georgia, as she graduates from Philadelphia College. And I can't, this medicine, I'm going to try it. Bubba and I were practicing it in the break. Osteopathic medicine.
Yeah, boy.
Okay. And she will be a family medicine physician in Moultrie, Georgia. At 5 p.m. on the same day, she'll be induced for labor.
Wow.
And
that's a busy day, Rick.
This is their first child. And they said, we normally don't ask for a scheduled prediction, but he gave it a shot, and we're going to do it. And he gave us an answer to some of the questions, but we're not going to get into that. There's only one answer.
He's a high school football coach.
High school football.
Defensive coordinator.
Oh, he's a defensive coordinator. Yeah, and of course, apparently in this particular case, his wife was not playing defense. But anyway,
Rick Burgess.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean,
she can hear you. She's on hold.
Greg,
Rick.
she pulled the goalie.
And Rick, her father-in-law is a pastor in Moultrie, Georgia.
How about that? Wish I'd have known that before I said that. All right, so now it's all in fun.
Shelby's on hold.
Well,
she can
Shelby,
hear you.
You think she's not laughing? She's about to graduate from college and have a baby. She ain't worried about me.
Am I the only one that's ever been to Moultrie, Georgia?
I have been to Moultrie, Georgia.
I have too, by the way.
I think I drove through there.
I can't remember.
Shelby, hello. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are y'all doing today?
Well, Shelby,
what you got going today?
Yeah, got anything going today?
Anything going on?
We got a lot going on. It's a very busy day. I think you guys have covered it, though.
Yeah.
Graduation and then hopefully a baby.
Well, that's great. And you've already answered that this is your first baby together, so y'all set no pattern, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so, Bubba, let's get started. Some of the questions.
Oh, boy.
Well, we usually, inquire about the husband and what he does. But being a defensive coordinator, high school football coach, I know that he sweats and works a lot, right?
He does. He does.
Is he a hairy man, Shelby?
No, he's not.
Okay.
I pictured him as hairy.
Bubba,
I did too.
Before you get anything going down to, remember, though, he also teaches math.
Right.
Okay, so he's not like your typical coach that's does.
Yeah, but I mean, he's going to do that in the daytime.
You're right.
And then head out to the field in the afternoon.
Okay. All right. So,
what? Let me ask you this: what other hobbies, Shelby, away from teaching and football, does he have, other than the obvious?
He loves fishing.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be the biggest one.
Right.
Yeah.
Outdoorsman.
I'd like to hang out with Will.
Okay. Does he hunt at all or just fish?
Sometimes, but mostly fishing.
Deer or turkey?
Deer.
Okay. Saw that coming. All right. So now let's get into how your body. Oh, one more thing. Underwear. Does he wear boxer briefs, loose boxers, tidy whities, or does he go commando?
Boxer briefs.
Boxer briefs, the top boxer. All right, put that under.
All right. So Shelby, talking about you now. Is the hair on your legs growing more or less or about the same?
I would say a little bit more.
A
And what's
little?
messed up is I've spent lots of money on laser treatments, and this pregnancy, man, it'll mess it up.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's even fighting through that.
Yeah. So hair on the legs growing more. Are you growing hair anywhere on your body you normally don't?
No, not really.
Okay, just hair on the legs growing a little.
You don't have a
more.
little mustache.
No.
You said you had laser. No, but you're
I
saying
didn't-
okay, I got you.
No.
It hadn't fought through that. Okay. All right. So
So uncomfortable.
Your
I know.
cravings. We have down here that you don't have a lot, but you have been craving Oreos. So I would say that's more of a sweet craving.
Do you agree with that assessment?
That's correct. But I will admit that whether I'm pregnant or not, I crave Oreos. So.
Okay. Anything?
Shelby, you have that in common with me.
Yes.
And I am not pregnant.
Right.
So,
Only look
and
like
I have hairy legs.
Right. Yeah. Let me.
Especially from the side.
You know what Bubba says? Maternity jeans, pretty comfortable. Pretty comfortable.
What's wrong with stretchy pants?
Kind of stylish. But who will know? But so you're saying Oreos are normal, but do you think that your cravings from about 6 months on have gotten even more sweet, or have they started to lean a little salty?
I would say they're still sweet.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Well, this looks pretty straightforward, Bubba. And
Are you aware, Shelby, of what the doctors think you're having?
Yes, I am.
Mm-hmm. Well, I hope that we're in sync with them. That means they've done their job.
Yes.
But if there's a disagreement, I would not. I hope y'all didn't go to painting any nursery. Because we stand here with a whopping success rate of over 98%.
Yeah. And it looks to us like you're going to have a little boy.
Oh, y'all are so wrong.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Watch out. Hey, I'm just telling you, Shelby, I hope.
Shelby, tap the brakes here.
I hope y'all have not painted that nursery. Tell me it's
We actually have twice. Pink otherwise.
Is it a neutral color, or have you already
No,
gone
she
pink?
said pink twice.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, Shelby.
Yeah, well, the nursery's white, but she's got a lot of pink things in there. So
Okay, so you can get rid of
definitely-
those. You can get rid of those, and just keep the white for the boy, and then maybe just put some blue accents.
If by some chance, Shelby, it turns out to be a little girl, she is going to be a heck of a softball player.
And your husband will be so proud of that.
Oh gosh, no.
Going to be very tomboy, but we think boy. I mean, you're lining up boy all the way.
I've got 2 words for you: travel ball.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, you know what? We are so honored that you include us in this. I know you got quite a day ahead of you. Congratulations on your incredible hard work and getting this degree today. I look forward to the impact that you're going to have on family medicine. And what a way to get all that started by welcoming your first baby together later today. And we pray that everything goes smoothly and it'll be a wonderful time of celebration for your whole family.
And let us know how it comes out, literally.
Wow.
We will. We will. Thank y'all so much for having us. We appreciate it.
It's our pleasure.
Well, look, you have a great day today.
Yeah, would you mind? I know there'll be a lot going on. If Will could shoot us a text or an email, when the baby's here, so we'll know for sure. Because we may have to adjust our number. It's right now 98.3. It may go to 98 even.
Yeah.
All right, we will.
Thank you,
It's
Shelby.
just
Thank
lower
you,
than our
Shelby.
YouTube subscribers.
Right,
Just barely.
Right. Yeah, and Shelby, if you have time, would you subscribe to our YouTube channel today? I mean, you can throw that in there.
Maybe when you're laying around with nothing to do.
Right.
Yeah.
There they are. Congratulations to Will and Shelby Flowers. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In here and wear spandex leggings, I apologize. But it's unacceptable.
Oh, that one hit close to home.
At best.
Wow.
Yeah, it's unacceptable. Anyway, so that was it. And then about 2 years ago now, the Colin Kaepernick thing happened the first time.
Yeah.
And so I made my very first video about something that actually kind of mattered or something that was pertinent for the time. And that kind of just transformed everything. And that's when this whole Dear America, kind of thing started, because it went from, you're really funny, to, hey, you should talk about this, or you should say something about this or that. And I kind of just started doing that. I kind of waited for the things that were happening that I felt strongly about, that I felt that I had a way to say it. And, I think we're over, 1 billion views later now in the past year and a half. And so it kind of just, I'm putting one foot in front of the other every day, hoping I don't mess it up too bad. So.
What does it seem when, obviously you do these rants and Dear America and all that? What seems to be the topics that resonate the most views?
Well, the biggest video that we have ever done actually came back in July, and so I'd like to tell that story really quick. I know that you guys are Christian guys and everything, so I'd like to tell my Christian story really quick. So I am a Christian guy myself, but I up until July I never really did anything that was people knew. I mean, if you listen to my viewpoints and how I talk, it's very obvious. But I never did anything that was just, hey, I am a Christian, right? Yeah. And so I had a Twitter comment on July 1st from a lady, and the Twitter comment said, Graham, I really like your message, but your tattoos make you look trashy. And as a Christian woman, I just can't look at you, right? And so that's what she said. Great example. And so I wasn't going to do anything about it because we had already planned this huge 4th of July video, fireworks, pyrotechnics. We had a tack dog. Yeah, there it is, right there on the screen. And so the rules of algorithms on social media is you don't post a video right before you're getting ready to post this video that you put a lot of production into, right? Because you want that to go really far. But I don't know. It just kind of messed with me.
You couldn't help it, could you?
I couldn't help it.
Got a hold of you.
So we were going to release the 4th of July video on July 3rd. Let it kind of trend. And so July 2nd, the day before, I was working out in the gym, and I said, I really think I'm just going to say something about this. So I called my producer up. I said, hey, I'm going to pull an audible. I don't think it's going to do great because I've never done anything like this, but it's just one of those things I want to do. So I dropped it, and in the first hour, it had 14,000 shares, which I've had videos do a lot better than that. So wasn't bad, wasn't fantastic, wasn't anything. And so for the first time ever, I sat back in the studio, and I actually prayed. And I said, God, I don't ever do this, but if you can use that video in some way, then I just pray that you just let it go, just let it go. And that video it's about to break 109 million views, but it has 1.6 million shares, that video. And it reached like 150 million people. I mean, just that one video by itself. Mm-hmm. And we gained like 1 million followers to the show from that video. And so it was just really crazy how that worked out. And when I finally kind of took that stand of where I actually stand and where I believe, it turned into the biggest thing that we've done so far.
Well, that's and of course, who cares about the highly produced video after that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. How did it do in comparison?
Not anywhere close to it.
Goodbye, 4th of July.
Graham Allen, he's the host of CRTV's Rant Nation, which you can see if you're already a CRTV subscriber. You see it there. If you haven't subscribed to CRTV, I was telling you, don't just get Rick and Bubba. You get some other great programming to go with it. And we'll be right back. More with the Graham Allen right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All righty, here we go. 20 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big, our number. Best of Rick and Bubba tomorrow. Rick and Bubba replay on Monday. So make a note of that. No Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, no new one this weekend. So great time to go back and maybe watch those you missed or get caught up or catch some that you just like to watch again or listen to again while you travel around. Of course, also don't forget while you're traveling, the archive from yesterday's Bible study is available to you. It is brand new. It's on the YouTube channel and the podcast channel. And another thing I remind you of, if you would love to go out there as you're traveling around, maybe you're going to be on the road for Memorial Day weekend, you know that you can go to all the streaming services and search our show and listen to best of moments until your heart is content. So they're available out there. All the CDs that we put out over the last 29 years and 5 months can be found on all the streaming services and Apple and Spotify and all those different places as well. You can listen to all the Rick and Bubba you can stand out there as you are riding around and traveling on Memorial Day weekend. Okay, so Bubba, we agree. You know, I don't know why human beings can't seem to get proper balance. We always go too far one way, too far the other. Look, we want athletics to have some discipline, and we want people not to act like idiots. But we've gone so far now that these umpires and referees have become like they're the president of your homeowners association, and they start looking to see if your trash can has been taken down from the road in 30 seconds, or is it too far up close to the road. Now we're going after what a lot of us would just deem fun. You know, I think about Craig Shoemaker. I tell you what, you're anti-fun. Fun and just enthusiasm.
Right.
Just,
excitement for the game.
Just joy. And, it's like we know what you're supposed to be trying to monitor, but you don't seem to be able to figure it out. You can't handle this responsibility when you start nitpicking every little thing. And here's a crazy example of that. So we have a pitcher that's going to be ejected and suspended from a baseball game. And you won't believe for what? You want to just watch it?
Well, Rick, this is the East Carolina Pirates, and they're playing in their conference tournament. Who they're playing him? They're number one seed. They're playing Central Florida.
No, they're playing South Florida.
South Florida.
The Bulls.
USF.
Who is seeded 8th in the tournament. So this is a first-round game. And watch what happens here. The underdogs jump out to a lead. But then
it's into one to deep left field. If it's fair, it is gone. And this one
the favorites
is
are
fair.
making a comeback here. First inning, early in the game.
He got on that one.
Just like
Good
that,
night.
it's a one-run ball game. Starling's night homer, 40th RBI of the year.
So everybody's excited. Home run.
See if he gets ahead 0-2.
Wish there were more people there, but yeah.
It was a pretty good pitch with a breaking ball, but Starling.
He touches home plate. He's going back.
His jet stream here and takes it out of the ballpark.
You see him grab something, put in his mouth?
Mm-hmm.
His team is out of the dugout to congratulate him.
He's over with them. He's not taunting anybody.
A victory line.
Yeah.
He's not taunting anybody.
One of the guys in the line hand him something to eat.
Peanut butter jelly sandwich.
That's really good.
I didn't see him get it, but he gets it when he goes in.
Yeah, you'll see.
It's
a sandwich.
It's a sandwich.
You can't even hardly
Pull
notice.
it back. It's the
Second
first
guy.
or second
It's the
guy,
second guy
on his right side. See him holding it
he's
up right there?
I do.
Watch,
Okay.
he's going to hand it to him. He's going to grab it and take a bite.
Here's
of
your
it.
sandwich.
Takes it out of the ballpark.
Takes a bite. He's skipping
Never
back
stops.
to the dugout.
Yeah, and
Never
that's the
does
Game
anything.
is not delayed.
And that's the next game starting pitcher that handed in the sandwich.
And the one that was ejected.
Yeah. And so here's what I don't understand.
suspended.
Eject that
He's
player
suspended, yeah, or ejected.
for handing him a
It's
sandwich
unreal.
as he's coming in the
Which
dugout.
makes no sense because every team has different celebrations. They've put helmets on. They've been given swords. They've been
Is
given.
that theirs? You get a peanut butter and jelly
I have
sandwich or
no
something?
idea, but what I'm saying is that there's been things used as props. Because I mean, heck, I want to say it's Texas A&M. I can't remember. They got a luggage cart from the hotel and ride it in the dugout here at the SEC baseball tournament. So how in the world is he being ejected for that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That
Well,
is
he did.
insane.
It was so fast, you could barely even tell it happened. It didn't slow down the game.
Right.
I just don't understand.
Good choice by sandwich.
Because
too.
I know what he's going to come back and try to say something idiot about. He's going to come back and say something like, well, I mean, it clearly says, we're supposed to suspend people using props or whatever if it's out on the field. But that you have to, when you're given these responsibilities, you have to have some wisdom and discernment. This is not taunting. It happened in seconds. He's moving into the dugout. They're not delaying the game. They're not taunting the other team. This has no impact on the game. Why? The only way
it impacted the tournament.
The only way that you
not just
would,
a game in tournament.
The only way as an umpire you would do this is if you want to be seen and you love having the power, and you're bringing way too much attention to yourself. These kind of things are simply a simple wisdom decision that has nothing to do with the game. Let's keep it moving. And you're like you say, you put the other team in a disadvantage over a sandwich that happened in seconds and never impacted the other team or the game.
And it looked like half a sandwich. It looked like he cut one in half.
It looks as if he was on the bench
ridiculous.
before he went up to the plate, and he turned to this pitcher who's sitting there with nothing to do today because he's the starter tomorrow, and he said, "Hey, hold my sandwich. I'm going to go get a home run. I'll be right back." That's what it appears to look like.
Yeah, or the pitcher made himself a sandwich and said, "You know what? I'm going to give you my sandwich."
But for hitting a home run, I think you'll have about my sandwich.
But if you're not paying attention, Rick, you missed it. If you're not paying attention, you don't even know he did it.
It's ridiculous.
This is.
I don't know how the umpire ever noticed it. It is so.
Well,
to my
you got to
point.
be to Rick's point. You got to really be looking for.
You got to be
make it
sitting
about
on
you.
ready for that.
Yeah,
don't you?
Karen,
he looks like one of those.
Yeah, Karen is watching everything that's going on and just hoping that they can throw somebody out of the game or make some kind of decision.
So, what is the rule? Is it a rule you can't have props? Is that what I understand?
But it doesn't
use a prop to celebrate.
There's no justification for suspending that player. None.
And this is happening here in Birmingham, so the guy's probably listening. They called the
this is
that wasn't at the SEC.
That's the AAC. Yeah.
The next one is
I don't know anything.
No, you're fine.
No, you're fine.
it.
You're fine. I think that was in. I don't know where it was. North Carolina, maybe.
The next video and audio is the SEC. This is
Adler, go.
This is Texas A&M coach in an interview, and and this is really funny.
Yes,
so
this is so good.
Yeah,
too.
so cut 11, and we'll
it explains.
Yeah, this one is self-contained. It doesn't need our explanation.
Right.
Here we go.
Good innings. If that can continue to swing, and I have bad luck on these interviews.
No, you got it. Look.
Oh,
see,
my
it
goodness.
was. Listen.
Okay, we'll talk to you.
Hey,
See you later.
Hey,
Goodbye.
good talking with you, Sloss. See you, buddy.
See you.
He's like, I'm done.
So he's doing the interview as the game's going on. He says, I have bad luck when I do these interviews.
Yeah.
A routine fly ball into foul territory that should be an easy out.
Goodness gracious.
And their fielder runs up and totally misses it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
and he gets fed up and takes his headset off.
Well, I don't like this idea anyway.
Well, none of the old school coaches like it. Now, I like it as a fan, but you know how old school coaches are, and this will only make it worse.
Sure. Yeah. No. Well, normally they interviewed you when there was some dead time. Now the interviews are extending to play.
I know. I'm trying to watch this.
It's weird.
In between innings.
Yeah, it really is.
Good innings. If that can continue to swing, and I have bad luck on these interviews.
No, you got it. Look. Oh, see, it was. All right, listen.
Okay, we'll
keep letting it roll.
See you later.
Hey, good talking with you, Sloss. See you, buddy.
Watch how mad he gets right here.
We'll never talk to him again.
He starts holding court in here.
Look, he didn't like us before.
Look, he's really mad, by the way. Look.
Every time. Every time.
Tom Harden, Chris Burke. That's it.
We got a lead. Our pitcher's on the second pitch. We're able to get an out here. And I can just hear him in there.
Went on to lose that game in the bottom of the 11th. Arkansas walked it off with a home run.
I do have to ask this. How did that end and finish up? Did they score that inning, or did this guy get a hit, or what?
I don't think so.
And Rick, the fielder
The bottom line
Maybe
is,
he got out of this.
The bottom line, you'll never get him to interview again during the game.
So the fielder is standing. I mean, he's trotting over to make the play. It's not a tough play. And the ball, I guess he loses it in the sun or something, and it hits about 3.
He's coming in pretty hard, but he should have this right here.
Oh, he's not even close to catching
it. Does look like he lost it for a
Did
second.
it hit the back of his glove?
No.
He ran by
it in front of him.
He ran by it. It looked.
Of course, this is happening in Birmingham, so he's probably listening right
There
now.
you go. There you go.
You got it that time.
Birmingham.
You got it.
We'll be back. Your phone calls are next. Super P's ready. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You were asking about, obviously you're now known. It's called Rant Nation. Do you find, I would say I already know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask,
Okay.
Is it difficult to come up with 2 big rants a week for the show?
It's not difficult to come up with things to rant about. The pressure is now it's expected. It's expected you have at least got to do 1 million a million views on everything.
Right. So now you're becoming the person whose
bar is set high.
who's living up. And
the bar set so high. A 700,000 viewed video is considered what was that? Kind of thing.
A wounded duck.
What was this garbage that you just put out there? And so that's the pressure behind it now. Is some people never get a million anything, and so now it's just kind of expected. Like we're the group that gets bigger video numbers than anybody right this second. Praise the Lord, but that's the kind of pressure that comes along with it now.
I guess the Kavanaugh thing was like shooting fish in a barrel.
Oh yeah, like there's certain things that I guess that's the kind of gold mine of this idea of ranting that we had.
Because there were so many rants.
If you wait long enough, something's gonna happen where you're gonna get views out of it, because there's just certain things every 2 months or so something happens that is big enough to where all you got to do is kind of just give your opinion about it, and it just takes off.
Do you get much blowback on any of the topics?
Ooh, yeah. So
what's been the real hotbed one that
any time I talk about anything, anthem kneeling, anything that could fall in that area of race or anything, because that's what it all boils down to. The anthem kneeling, at the end of the day, it's about minorities feeling oppressed by the police department, right? So it's a race topic at the end of the day. Anything like that, there's no discussions, there's no anything. There's just we're gonna kill your whole family if we find you, if we ever see you here and there, and all that kind of stuff. So
from what we've been doing, and I wonder if it lines up with him. We have the areas of the most hate if we bring up a topic, and you have and they can rotate who's number one, number two.
Pretty close.
Yeah, but the top three it would be anything involving LGBTQ.
Right.
Yeah, that's the meanest. And I'm not talking about people who are just trying to live their lives, or people who may be struggling to try to figure out who they are. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the movement, the activists. They are the meanest people on the planet. The animal rights people
really
are some of the most vicious people we've ever dealt with. If you show yourself killing a buck, they say, I hope somebody shoots you.
Right.
That kind of stuff.
Because it's the same thing.
Kills your family.
And
puts it on Instagram.
And you can throw the PETA people and all of that in there. They're and then of course anytime you're dealing with something like you were talking about of spiritual nature.
Right.
The people who are anti anybody, not of faith, but of the Christian faith.
Right.
The other faiths you have to be very respectful about, but if you're a Christian, you're fair game.
Exactly.
And then number 4, SEC football fans. Those are the worst. And on spiritual issues, we find that it is the denominational people that are vicious, not lost people.
Oh yeah,
You're not doing it right.
Exactly.
What kind of going back to your what you were talking about.
Right. Yeah.
So and then and all of those, including the SEC football fans, have one thing in common: they're not reasonable.
Right.
You can't reason with them.
No,
have you found that to be true?
Yeah, I think that outside of the football kind of thing, which there's a lot of lost people there. But when we're talking about real issues, actual things that matter in our society. Football's great. Football doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
But to these people, it really does.
Yeah, I probably just lost ratings for the show right there.
No, there are people that if they get to heaven and Jesus does not have a football stadium set up, they're going to think heaven's a downer.
Exactly.
Take a step back.
What I've learned the most.
Or wearing their colors.
Right. There you go. Yeah.
Some of them are already decided that is the case.
Right? Exactly. What I've learned the most is when people can't argue truth with anything but emotion.
That's right.
Right. And so what I've found is normally the people that take it to the low blows first are the ones that don't really have a firm foundation of their argument in the first place. And so, I take it on the chin. The biggest thing that's been the problem these days is, now we're at a point where we're not just this new guy. Are we going to die out? Now we're here, and we're not going anywhere. We have these other big people that are the complete opposite end of the spectrum as us, that they will make videos about me, like attacking my points and stuff. So they'll get their viral videos off of attacking me.
The opposing view.
Exactly, the opposing view.
5 minutes now past the hour. Here we go. Lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We're going phone troll. That's kind of a different format, which means everybody rolling in, and we limit the calls to 30 seconds. At the end of 30 seconds, buzzer sounds. That keeps us, moving. We're getting a lot of topics in, a lot of comments, a lot of questions. So if you're in line, it will move quicker in front of you. And also the fact that we have 10 lines here makes it easier to get in and a bigger sample of people. So move right now. Super P's ready to go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Relief Factor. Thank you for all the great emails that we continue to get involving Relief Factor. Stop popping those popular over-the-counter painkillers because if you are using them beyond what they're directed, they're harming your body. And, of course, we won't even talk about, the problems with opioids. Good gracious, it's destroying families everywhere with these addictive properties. So when you're talking about Relief Factor, you're talking about 4 simple ingredients, and it works. And all 4 of them are botanicals for, less about $1 a day. $19.95 is the quick start pack, and you can, if you're suffering from aches, pains, or inflammation, this may be an all-natural answer for you like it has been for so many of us. I take it every day. ReliefFactor.com or go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it there right under the sponsors. To the phones we go. 30 seconds. Craig in Alex City, Alabama. Craig, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Thank you for the call, Craig. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so I figured y'all could do something to motivate people to subscribe on YouTube. Maybe get Adler to shave his head, or something like that, just to get more people to get involved, subscribe, get that button.
I think you just want Adler to shave his head.
I kind of do too.
And I find myself intrigued by that too.
Yeah.
I understand what you're talking about.
I don't know if we should.
Really?
What if Speedy shaved his head?
Yeah,
that'd be crazy.
What's up?
So I thought you usually send it to the the organizations that make wigs out of people's long hair.
Yeah.
I did do that once before. Hey, watch this, you guys. Watch. All right, we're at 98.8.
Uh-huh.
And I think it's about to tick up. Boom, we're at 98.9.
Are you serious?
We're at 98.9. That's for real.
Okay.
Yes.
How did you do that?
Boy,
when you cross over from 100 to another to the next 100, it updates.
Yeah.
All right, so we're 1,100 out.
That's it.
Yep.
Come on now.
Come on.
A mere 1,100 folks.
Come on.
Let's go to Robert in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Robert, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, on that ejection, I call college baseball, and just to let you know, they don't give us any wiggle room. By the career I was on, we didn't eject a player for stepping out of the dugout and handing a prop. He was at the top step. We didn't even see him. We were all scratched from postseason, so they don't give us any wiggle room on that. And
let me. Yeah, but let me ask you this: time out. What in your case? What prop were they using?
They had a sword.
Okay.
And he just stepped up, handed it to the guys. He was walking into the dugout.
Yeah.
The batter's back was to us. We didn't see the prop. They sent us video. We get video of the game. They critique the strike zones. They critique us all over the place. And they said, why did you not eject this player for handing the prop? Everybody said, well, we didn't see it. And they said, not a valid excuse. You're struck. So we're sitting out the postseason. And that's why these guys won't say, well, that didn't impact anything. They're not giving us the ability to do that.
We're talking about half a sandwich. You think that's the same as a sword?
I get it. I get the sword. And
I mean, I didn't. A
sword.
It
got out of hand last year. It got out of hand last year where they had a lot of big props and they were doing a lot of stuff out of the dugout. And this is the first year for this new rule, and they have zero tolerance.
So you're saying you're being
the players and the.
You think a sandwich would have met the standard for a prop? A half a sandwich?
Yes.
What's the difference in that and me giving you a drink of water when you come over? Is that a prop?
Nothing. We tell the coaches, don't bring anything out of the dugout in the celebration of the home run.
What if he'd handed him a glove?
Power drink?
What if he'd handed him his glove?
Well, that would.
Hey, so
I don't know.
What about hydration? I mean, this is food that people eat, protein bars and energy. I mean,
No.
This is good, Rick.
If it was an energy drink, he would have thrown him out too.
One of the examples in the video that they showed us preseason was guys. Now it's a little bit.
We lost him.
The umpiring union got him.
I don't know.
So he's
They
saying
didn't want him to
that
speak.
they're being graded
Right, I
by
understand
somebody
that. I
overseeing
understand
them,
that.
and so that's why they don't have any wiggle room, and they have to go because they know they'll get in trouble if they don't.
I
Is that
got
what
to
he's
tell you,
saying?
yeah, I hear you, and I knew that was what we were going to hear. But I will tell you
But
this.
back to this again. If you hand them an energy drink, do you get thrown out? If they give you a sandwich, okay, we throw them out for that. What about a power bar?
I
mean,
got to tell you, though,
where is the line?
And y'all, well, that's the thing. If they're talking about your balls and strikes, and you say, "Well, I didn't see the sword," then you probably don't need to be calling balls and strikes if you don't see a sword in the dugout.
Hard to miss a sword.
Half a sandwich.
I mean, you know what I mean?
I got to tell you, Alabama had one last night, and I loved it. It was a disco helmet. It looked like a disco ball, but it was a motorcycle helmet with that color. It was pretty funny.
I blame the turnover chain people for all this.
Yeah.
What did they bring it out of the dugout?
No, they were in the dugout.
So you go in the dugout. If he takes a step in the dugout,
He's
he
okay.
can take the sword, the sandwich,
Yeah.
or the power drink.
Yeah, or in Texas A&M's case, there it is. Or in Texas A&M's case, they have a luggage rack that you wheel up to your room to put your luggage on, and they ride it down the dugout.
Yeah, I think that all this thing with football and baseball, this stuff, turnover stuff, and all, I think all of it's ridiculous. How it gets ridiculous.
But
however, if I was an umpire, I think just as a man, I would say I'm not going to throw somebody out over giving them half a peanut butter sandwich when they came back because of all the things they do during games for protein and for energy. Yeah. And if I'm going to be struck, at least I can look myself in the mirror and say, I didn't throw a guy out over half a peanut butter sandwich.
Right.
I would stand against the committee and say, y'all are ridiculous.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They expect us to call that.
Guys, this is really weird, but I just remembered looking at this picture of this Alabama player with the disco helmet on. The baseball gloves look cool. Mm-hmm. When I was a kid, I thought baseball gloves looked cool, and I just remembered that I had a black baseball glove that I just found. I wore for like a year just running around as a kid.
Good for you, Michael Jackson.
I thought I looked cool.
Right.
So that's weird.
Let's go to...
Was that when you were eating out of the dog bowl?
Later. That was much later. I was riding a bike with a baseball glove.
Julie in Hoover, 104.7 WZZK. Julie, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask your opinion on the presidential election. So I voted for Trump both times. Second time had to hold my nose when I did it. But with everything that's going on, I do think Trump could do a great job as president, but I think he is so dividing, and I think he is such a troublemaker that I don't understand how anybody that's a Republican could put him to run against the Democrat that's going to be running. I mean, it seems like we should know better. Like, yes, he did great things for our country, but look at all the crap that's associated with it. Ron DeSantis.
Let me ask you this, because you're a prime. Hey, I'm set timeout.
Oh, damn.
So
I didn't give a timeout,
ma'am. Why you said you held your nose? Why? What did you dislike about Trump the second time? Because apparently you said he did great things for the country, right?
He did. It's just when you've got somebody like that is that polarizing and causes that much, just so much chaos, in the media. I mean, it seems like everything started to take off with him because I think they're always going to attack whoever they don't like is in charge.
That's correct.
But his is such to a higher degree. And it's like, I feel like if he truly cares about the United States of America, if he truly cares about our country, he's got to see that he needs to step back. He can be there, and it's kind of like probably Barack is right now with Biden, be in the basement.
Never happened.
But DeSantis is he could get so much more done. I mean, because you got to get elected.
So would you vote for him?
To get something done.
Would you vote for him if he was the candidate? Would you vote for him if he was the candidate?
Trump.
I'd have to.
Yeah, would you
I
hold your nose
cannot
again?
vote for a Democrat.
Right.
I would hold my nose and some other things too.
So let me ask you this.
I
I
just-
understand what you're saying, the chaos and all that, but was there anything particular to you that really annoyed you? Because the chaos
you
is
know
going to
what?
be there. The opposition's going to create chaos.
Yeah, I really don't care what people. I really don't care that he's rude and he's inappropriate. I really don't, as long as he's doing a good job taking care of the country. I really don't care. I'm not a snowflake. I don't get my feelings hurt about anything. But it's just, if this is the way our country is going to continue to be and be this divided, we got to have somebody that can somewhat bring the moderate people in the middle together. Because right now I feel like it's so left and right, and that we've got to have some middle ground there. And I guess I feel like he's got to know, and I think he enjoys stirring it up, but he's got to know that he doesn't bring the positive vibe that we're going to need from the Republican Party.
Is the word you're looking for dignity?
Yeah.
You just kind of get embarrassed at his behavior, and it makes you uncomfortable because you wish that our politics, and even though you do need, it has become wicked, you don't want to give in to it and say, well, let's not have any dignity either.
Right. And you know what? I'm not trying to be ugly, but can we not get somebody in there that's not old as dirt? I mean,
They make a great point.
In our country, are you telling me that the only two options we have with the millions of people in this country is Biden or Trump? I mean, at least DeSantis isn't a grandfather. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think the bigger question is, and Speedy talked about it earlier, and we have too, what has changed on if you believe it was rigged or you believe he's a polarizing candidate, what has changed that he would win the next time he ran against the Democrats since he didn't win last time? That would be the bigger question.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so that's been an adjustment, kind of. But, I hear that, that just means that you're doing something right, I guess.
All right, let's go to Bo, see if Bo knows meat. Bo, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What do you say to Graham Allen?
Morning.
Hey, buddy.
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on. Yes, sir. Taps a blazing and wheel a spinning. Here we go. Right, let's see, Bo. Let's see where it lands for you.
Spin.
Yeah.
This will test the skill level here.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Let's try. Oh, there it went.
Come on, guys.
Come on, baby. Oh, it looks good. It looks good. It looks good. Henry the horse. Henry the horse. Come on, Henry.
Nobody better.
There he is. Yeah.
He's throwing his flip-flops up here.
Hey, Henry the horse. Look at his hoofs.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Henry, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I want to let you guys know I've got a new show.
Okay.
It's called Nay Nation.
Nay Nation?
Nay Nation,
Okay.
yes. And you can find it on Long Facebook. Don't you hate it when your owner gives you barley and you specifically asked for oats? Am I right, guys? You feel me?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. Everybody's, if you ever want to, say your blood pressure is too low, and they're saying, look, you got to get your blood pressure up a little bit. Just watch The View. Just watch The View.
That'll do it, huh?
What a bunch of. All right, so here we go. I love how we have titled this next video and audio. Noted expert on black men, Joey Behar. Joey has become an expert on blackness. Well, I'll just let Joey speak for herself, talking about Tim Scott and Clarence Thomas. Here we go.
And he's one of these guys who, he's like Clarence Thomas, black Republican who believes in pulling yourself by your bootstraps, rather than, to me, understanding the systemic racism that African Americans face in this country and other minorities. He doesn't get it, neither does Clarence. Right. And that's why they're Republicans. Yeah.
I know.
Joey, can I tell you what you just said and how idiotic it is? You just said that Clarence Thomas and Tim Scott do not know what it's like to be black in America.
But you do.
But you do. Joey, they are black. I don't know how to tell you this any other way.
And they grew up in a time when they were discriminated against.
Yes, right. Yes, they did. Yep. Unlike some of the others today. Joey, I don't know how to break this to you. I don't know how more racist you can be, and you would think being a Jewish person, you would be real sensitive to this kind of stuff. You're claiming that all black people, true black people, all think the same way. Do you realize that in and of itself is racist?
Yeah.
That they need to be in your this is what you declare black people to be. That's kind of the whole white people thinking they're superior kind of stuff. So, and you, being Jewish of all people, probably know how dangerous that kind of thinking is. So also, Whoopi has weighed in. We don't have the audio of this, but I'll tell you.
At least Whoopi does know what it's like to be black.
She seemed,
compared to Joey.
Right, compared to Joey, yeah. Whoopi now, and this is another thing that the left doesn't understand. We talked about this in the Bible study a little bit yesterday when they conveniently leave this out. So Whoopi just can't believe that we're upset with Target. She just can't believe it.
Can't believe it.
And she wants us to know that she's really tired of this because Target, they didn't just have, they've had some rainbow stuff in the store, and a lot of stores have that, and they've got it on their website and all that. They kind of took a step forward by putting things out targeted at children and then putting out bathing suits for biological men to wear if they want to identify as women, called a tuck option, and then little things targeted at children, trying to let them know that if they want to change their gender and all this. And people got upset about that. And Whoopi says she's really tired of this kind of thing because now Target is thinking we're about to be the next Bud Light. And Target's already survived that whole bathroom thing they did, a while back. I mean, my wife hasn't shopped there since then. But anyway, she says, I'm sick of people moving my desires because their desires are not being met in some way. Well, Whoopi, let me ask you a question because y'all always see it just from your side. And I want you to answer this question. Let's say that Target tomorrow puts out in the front for everybody walking in their John 14:6 line, okay, from a devout Christian company. And there's all kinds of shirts targeted at children that tell them that Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life, and there's no way that they're going to go to heaven unless they repent and declare that their redemption is found only in Jesus. It's called the John 14:6 line.
Right.
And it has Jesus' quote, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to the Father except through me." And they put all that right up front in Target. What would you do?
She'd raise Cain. She'd be right there
She'd
on the
go
front.
absolutely bonkers. You'd hear separation of church and state.
of course.
I don't know how that applies to private retail, but you'd
hear it anyway.
You would hear all that.
they're
How
absolutely bonkers.
how can we try to indoctrinate children into thinking there's only one way to go to heaven? I mean, they would lose their ever-loving minds.
Yeah.
And it had modest swimsuits for true Christian women.
Right.
And women should dress modestly, and it had the Bible verse about women's modesty on it. What would they do?
Oh,
What would they do?
They
They'd
would
lose their mind.
Be in the street
They'd lose their
riding.
mind.
So, Whoopi, what y'all
They'd burn
really
the place
want,
down.
what you really want, is for everybody to see the world your way.
Yeah, that's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Here's a clip that she's going to say the opposite of what you just said, Rick.
Okay, here we go.
I am sick of people moving my desires because their desires are not being met in some way. I am sick of people telling me I can't go to a drag show. I'm sick of people telling me that my friends are different because you don't understand them. I'm sick of it. This is America. You're supposed to be able to be whoever you are.
No, you're not. No, you don't mean that because
you are.
if I want to be whoever I am, that's a devout follower of Jesus Christ, which would be in conflict with children being taken to sexually lewd drag shows. It would be in conflict with going after children and manipulating them before they're the age of making decisions about their gender. And it would go against, as what scriptures tell me, that men parading around as women is an abomination to the Lord. So, see, if I get to be who I am and you get to be who you are, there will be conflict.
Yeah.
And Whoopi,
And you just got to let people make their. If you really want to live in the world you claim, it would be people make their own choices.
Look, nobody even to the drag show thing is saying Whoopi can't go to a drag show.
See, they always
we
say
don't,
that.
we don't
Nobody
expose
say that.
kids to it.
Go.
What we're
Knock
saying
yourselves out.
What we're saying is it's not appropriate for children to be ambushed into these type of shows and parents not have a say on what their kids are exposed to. If you want to go to a drag show, you're free to do that. But I'm telling you, if the scenario I just told you about Target's new line of devout followers of Christ wear, you would lose your ever-loving mind.
Yep. Well, I tell you what.
So you're crazy inconsistent. You just want us all to see the world the way you do.
Yeah.
Nobody's keeping you from doing anything. You're the one that want to keep people from living the life they want to live.
That's right. Do you really think her passion towards the trans and it ain't number lip service. That's all it is.
Well, Target's feeling it. Shares slipped 2.7% midweek and have dropped more than 9% this month, with 6% of that decline this week alone, which means that amounts to $4.2 billion in market value they've lost. And it's continuing to climb because the S&P 500 dropped over 1%. So they're saying this decision is affecting it.
And what Target's doing, which is also completely disingenuous, we had to remove it because the evil people that oppose this worldview are scaring us with their evil threats on our lives.
Yes.
Our employees are in danger.
Right. Yeah, they brought guns into it, have the guns here.
Yeah. No, it's not because we're looking and we're losing money hand over fist. It's not that.
No.
None of that.
Yeah, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Eddie.
Thomas.
With jamming me.
How about it?
Stop jamming me, man. You're overwhelming me. Well, he was ahead of the curve on I will take something jam you with.
Oh, buddy. I mean.
Well, I'm just I hate that people had to suffer and there had to be total devastation. But as far as this cold front that has finally landed on the deep south, I tell you what, I feel like that dog that's been laying around in the heat and won't move and has no energy, and all of a sudden you're up, jumping around, spinning, chasing stuff through the yard.
Oh, listen, my dog this morning outside was that way. He's been kind of moving
so
kind of
good.
slow. He was jumping like a squirrel this morning. I've never seen anything like it.
I love it. I've got energy. I'm fired up. I just want to stay in it. I told everybody last night for dinner. We've got one home from college, so we have at least the younger boys are both home, and I declared we're eating out here on the screened-in porch.
Everybody out.
I want to be out here in it. I hadn't wanted to sit out there, and I don't know how long. Because there's nothing I hate worse. I don't like eating outside really in general anyway. I'm not an eat outside guy.
Yeah.
But if you eat outside, screened-in porch is probably the better way to go.
Yeah.
Because at least you have some protection, but you're not protected from the heat.
No.
So when it was so hot, I didn't want to be out there. But I boy last night though, little sunset dinner,
nice,
cool nip in the air.
Okay.
Yeah, we like that.
Come on.
Mama made the chicken thighs with the white beans and all that. Boy, it was good.
Well, fall has been a little late arriving to the southeast, but Hurricane Michael, as you said, bad as it was, and we've got loss of life and a lot of damage. I mean, a lot of damage.
1 million without power.
I saw 1-3. I know 7 fatalities so far, but the little ridge that's been blocking fall from coming is now out of the way, and it's going to be much more seasonal for us. So that part of it is good.
It is, and that feels good. It's exciting. I mean, you start looking at some of the temperatures that the Deep South's going to have over the weekend, and even cooler into next week. It really kind of fires you up.
Well, if you've been to a ball game and you sit out in upper 90-degree weather and saw the people hauled off, you're going to love 70 this weekend.
Hurts.
So
yeah, no,
it's going to be like a real fall now.
Mm-hmm. Well, and like you said, it brings energy to dogs and fat people. I mean, it just
I was jumping around like
the
a
dogs
squirrel.
get to just running laps. And the fat people.
Our dog, and all the fat people in our neighborhood was looking at me almost as, "Is it real?
Yeah,
is it real?
Tell us it'll stay."
Yeah, tell us it'll stay.
It won't.
It won't.
No.
Nah. Probably 80 on Christmas, but
it'll sputter right now, then it'll stay, but not right now.
But I'm just going to enjoy.
My
these
fear
few
is it
days
was
if I
going to
could.
go from like 90s down to 40. We wouldn't have a fall. It would be just like boom.
Yeah.
And then everybody be sick and all that stuff.
Yeah. So it was.
I'll take all this you can give me.
Yeah. I mean, I like to have 60, 90 days of 60s. That'd be nice.
Well, and again, I mean, you talk about not you're going to struggle to have perfection, but I will just tell you this. If you look at today, where we're going to be kind of cobalt blue, as Span would say, and we're going to be 70, high 70 today. So that's not bad.
That's
71,
not bad.
A little breeze,
just old cobalt, fall blue, sun blazing, and 71 as high as it's going to get. 48 right now, by the way.
All right.
That feels pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was almost a little nippy outside early.
Well, yeah, I mean, fun.
I'm out walking around this morning at 3 o'clock.
I was going to, you have the routine you go through, and then you have the routine. For some reason, I was dead asleep because I sleep harder when it cools off as well. And so my wife had to do that thing where she start pushing you in the back that your clock's going off.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And so it woke her up. So she was kind of up, which is that now my routine's been altered a little bit because there's another human. Usually it's just the dead of quiet. No one's even moving. And there was a time, I mean, there was one moment that I was just in my underwear that I nearly just bolted out into the yard and just ran around in my underwear, just to really, really take it in. Just, it was just
I was sleeping hard too, and that alarm
it just
went
feels
off.
so
I
much
thought,
better.
A lot of times I wake up before the alarm, but not today.
Yeah, no, today because that cool just affects everything. Room got a little cooler, because it didn't matter what your wife tried to set the temperature to, because it was going to be cooler than what she could set it to. Yeah. See, before when it's hot, she can warm that room up, but it can only be as warm as it is outside if you don't put the heat on. You know it.
That's right.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
course. 6 minutes past. 866 We Be Big's our number. Super Pete taking your phone calls right now. Lord of the Jacket also interning with us today, helping out Adler with the YouTube experience. By the way, approaching 100,000 subscribers in our YouTube channel. I saw us at 99,030. Is that right? So
Adler, give us an update.
Can you show us an update, Adler, again? Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. There he is. Bubba, look, 9,046.
99,046.
We got to have that by the end of the show. Are you still smelling it, or can you taste it?
I'm tasting it now.
Okay.
I think we got to get to 99.5.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
I
maybe
thought that
so.
may be
You're
the
right.
taste.
Then
Look
you're
at
going
here.
downhill.
Look at
then
it.
You're going downhill.
Added to just now. Boom.
Ba-boom.
Watching it go.
100,000 subscribers. We got to have it. So, man, hey, look, we're inside 1,000 now.
Yep.
How do you create? We need to do like the left does and create these bots that just come in.
Oh,
we
yeah.
Could, we could
There it
do
is.
like
Another
a
one
million
added.
There
in
it
a
is.
second.
There it is.
I wish, Bubba, every time you see it, will you hit the bell? That like right now.
Look,
Boom.
there went another one.
There it is.
There went another one.
There it is.
Oh, but I'm.
There's another one.
There's another one.
There we go.
Hit it, Bubba.
Yeah.
Yes, there it is.
Get it going.
Adler, are you doing this?
And I'm really
There it is, Bubba, go.
There it is, Bubba. Look at that right there.
55.
We're getting close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we just
Racking
jumped
up.
3. Jumped another 2.
People love the bell.
We're going.
People love the bell.
Vamos! We love the belt.
Bell it.
We love the belt.
Hit it.
Look, guys, we're rolling.
Oh, look at that
We're
cookie with
rolling.
grease.
Oh, 69.
Oh, yeah, let's go.
73.
Let's go. There's no 75.
Hey, by the way,
There's no 75.
guys, we're about to have it.
We're about to get We're about to do it.
Oh, my goodness.
It looks like you're filling up your gas tank.
It does.
We're only 900 away.
Get some music.
Oh, there we go.
That's what I'm talking about.
Look, it's rolling now.
No way this is.
Oh, yeah.
This is real.
Yeah, I was watching
This
it
is-
earlier.
Is it real?
It is. Oh, yeah, it's
This
real.
Well, why has everybody waited so long?
We've gained more in the last 30 seconds. It seems like we've been trying to get
what's
through a
going
week.
on?
Guys, we're going to hit it this show.
All right, now I do think
We're going to hit it
Adler's
this
messing with us.
segment the way it's
No,
going.
it's
Guys,
not.
I know. I just.
I promise.
Wow.
This is YouTube Studio. I finally figured out how to do the ticker just in time to
All
find
right.
the ticker.
Oh, we're at 151. 90.
Oh,
Please subscribe.
clap, 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 clap.
Please subscribe.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're really closing in
Hey,
now.
this is
Do y'all
so
think
cool.
this is
exciting
real?
day.
Is somebody messing with us? It's really
I
rolling.
don't know. I don't know.
I don't
what's
understand why
happening.
this call to
I think
action
there's-
hasn't happened
I had to
before.
fill up this morning. It looked just like that.
Yes.
The numbers
Joe
were almost
Biden.
exactly
The numbers
the same.
are very similar.
There was a dot instead of a comma.
Right, we don't drill our own oil anymore. We want to get it from everywhere
Oh,
else.
we're at 207.
Yeah, it's just
99,
real.
207.
Yeah, we're
I've been
inside.
watching it for the
I
last.
promise you.
Look
It's
at
real.
that.
I found this ticker. I've been watching for the last to make sure, and it's
Matching.
updating like this.
Oh, yeah.
But
So,
yeah,
there it is.
We've gained 200 in
Yeah.
the last
Well,
30
when we
30
would
seconds.
say like
'Cause our
99 and 100, it was like 123, 100. It would
Yeah.
keep
Yeah.
going.
Guys, we're about to
They
get. We're
release
about to
them.
get to
Yeah.
100,000.
I think we need,
Come
by
on.
the time we go to break, we need to be there.
Greg, take your shirt off. Hurry.
Guys, we're about to be to that 500 mark y'all talking about real quick.
Yeah, we are. 250 just
One of
passed
my
it.
buddies. What great TV. Men yelling at a rolling number.
That's right.
Quick, Adler, do something on the
Taylor, they'll
rug.
probably end up on the best stuff CD.
Sure.
Guys, we still got a little way to go.
We do.
Hey,
Calm
really?
down.
Hey.
Hey, don't you? We're gonna set
Man, you
ourselves.
got- at
We're
this
going to
pace,
set
but you don't
ourselves
start-
up for
You don't,
disappointment.
you don't start counting
We're down to
when there's
700.
more to
Yes,
go.
you do.
Only
Greg.
700.
Greg, we've gained 300 since this segment
Hey, I want
started.
you.
Watch it.
Hey, puppy, look at me. Don't take this from me.
Yeah,
Look,
Greg.
no. I want y'all to admit it. That when it rolled over to 1, some of y'all thought that was going to go to it and miscounted and thought it was already on it.
No, so
No.
what? Who
I know
cares?
my number.
Who
I
cares
didn't.
about that, Greg?
Hey, Greg,
We
look
knew
at
we
me.
had
Hey, this is what he
900
does.
I
This
have
is
never seen it go up this fast.
everybody.
He didn't.
Don't fall in his web. This is what he does.
Greg, we're sorry. You got
Okay,
the puppy.
he doesn't let anybody enjoy anything.
Just saying.
You
see
can't
what-
take this from
We
me.
ain't worried about our
400 this segment.
They thought it was about to click over.
So you don't think we know how to count?
We officially
No, I don't.
will be able to taste it when we go to break this time.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Guys, we're almost I mean,
know.
now we're 600.
Yeah.
So how? Why is
reset? It went to 8.
People are waking up, Rick. It's just 8 o'clock, so people are waking up.
It feels too
They're-
good to be
Sign up
true.
that fast.
We've got
Greg.
500.
I've been talking about this for 2 weeks.
Did you hear what Greg just said?
They probably just release them all at certain times.
Hey,
the
people
way-
like to be a part of stuff like
They
this.
do,
Rick.
Greg. They love stuff like this.
Hey, it's clear. It's clearly a bot, but
They
want
to be able to go
whatever.
into this water cooler this morning and say, "I helped them get there."
Greg, people listen to this show. I know you pretend like they don't.
4:33.
I tell you one thing, you gonna want them when you need them puppies gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if them puppies are rolling out that fast? I bet you'd be jumping up and
I
down.
would be.
Greg, it's not our
Absolutely.
fault Millie got pregnant.
Don't blame
Kind
us.
of your fault.
Don't blame us for it.
That's right.
We didn't put down that first paper plate with that dog food in it. Y'all.
No.
Y'all, it is cranking
Some
up.
old nasty dog out there wandering around. That's
It's
on
worth
you.
it. She still won't even come near me. I went there
Right.
yesterday. She barked at me.
That's a real good
Rick.
pet.
Yeah,
Bubba,
she barks
do you-
at me and growls.
Why don't you get one of them lizards that lay on the hot rocks?
Bubba, do
There's
you
my
like
dog way out there? Because
Do you like hitting it and counting it, or you just like hitting the bell?
No, I'm counting. I'm seeing if I'm see them.
Yeah, I think you
up with
just enjoy making the noise.
99.5 is huge.
And
Telling
Greg-
us we can get there.
We're here.
Greg's
by
going
the
to
time
twerk
we go
when we
to
hit
this break.
99.5. Greg's going to twerk when we hit 99.5. Here we go. 10 away, Greg. Get ready.
Hey, twerk boy.
I don't know how to twerk.
Clearly, something's going on here. I don't know
Y'all,
what it
people,
is.
it
I
gets
told
the
you
people
what it
When
is.
I ring the
going.
bell, it goes
It
up.
gets the people.
Yes.
500 away.
Keep going. Keep going, audience. Keep going.
baby.
Some of you are sitting right now questioning whether you should get in front of your computer, and you go there now.
Go there.
Now.
Go there. If you lose your job, it's worth it.
Lives are at stake.
All right, it's slowed down.
Speedy's
Oh, look,
on.
Speedy's doing the state. We're not there yet.
Speedy, don't tear up today.
He just did the work.
On the console. It looks like he hurt himself.
That'll hurt later.
Bring back the Suckler 4000.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bring the Suckler
Ooh,
4000.
looks like it slowed down.
Well, it has.
Because you
But I
didn't
tell you
take your
this, I
shirt
can
off.
taste it now.
Hurt my knees.
I'm not smelling it anymore, boys. I'm tasting it.
I know. You thought I went to the taste a little quick.
We're a segment away if it
Slowed down.
if it happens like
Yeah,
it
I
did
mean,
this
if I
Once
take a break and
Petro's
come
in,
back,
she'll
we
put
may
some.
be there.
yeah.
I want us to be on air when it happens.
Don't mojo
I do
it.
too.
Hey, be careful not thinking you have something.
Well, if the
Guys,
minute,
we're-
the minute it clicked over, there was a knock on the door and they hand you the button.
They're standing outside
here you
right
go.
now.
Greg, what a day. What a day that would be.
Yep.
Y'all, we're getting 99.6.
That's awesome.
We're getting close.
We are. We're
Okay.
gaining on it.
We need to go to break early so we can come back.
Oh,
99.6.
keep it going, people.
Come on. Come on.
Ooh, it's back to 97.
No, it's not.
Here we go.
What if all of a sudden I did have it reset and it was 91?
When we get there, we better take a picture.
Hey,
so
when
they
we
can't
get to
deny we made
100, Greg's got to say something nice.
You better.
I'm excited about it.
And take his shirt off.
Just said he was excited.
Whoever is our 100,000th subscriber gets a puppy.
Yes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
All right, we're going for 100,000 subscribers. And, buddy, we are closing in. We're at 99,863, 864. Come on! 865. All right, are we prepared to get a picture of this when it hits 100,000? Because we're about to do it. If you have not subscribed to our YouTube channel, please do. We want to get the silver button from YouTube. Of course, it helps with everything. The more subscribers you have, helps keep us on the air, helps keeps the YouTube channel going. So 99,869 is the number right now. There's 70.
99.
So we're 130 away.
Wow.
I mean,
Just hit subscribe.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, and so
wow.
All right, Bubba, here we go. Is everybody ready?
77.
Are you going to capture this, Adler?
It's capturing. We're streaming. We're broadcasting.
But are you going
we're
to capture?
capturing.
We need to have a shot to put on social media when we hit it.
Yes.
I mean, we're now
Hear the bell, everybody?
Closing in.
I mean, we are 886.
Greg, do something. Greg, do something.
Hurry up, Greg. Sit up.
My goodness gracious. You're sitting back like we're not even on the air right
close.
now.
I did see somebody unsubscribe a minute ago. Why would you do that?
At
least wait.
It went down.
It went down one. It broke our hearts.
Who would do that in this time?
Who would do that? Probably my friends.
A lot of people we know. We're 100 away.
We're
100 away.
97. Here we go. Oh, it's rolling now. 90. Greg, I know. Don't be like this. Can you not be Eeyore for 1 minute? Can we enjoy this thing?
Greg. We've been staring at this
How
thing
are we
for 2
going to
days.
capture it?
That's what I'm.
Bubba, you would go stand in the front.
Bubba,
Just go stand there. We're about to be there.
Well, I was going to say
you're
is
there,
if
you're
I
there.
step right here, it ruins the shot.
What
so
should
I
we-
can't stand right there.
Yeah, what should we do?
You want us at the desk, Adler, or in front of the desk?
Just
You're great. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
sir. Bubba, just look right here. Here we go, folks.
Oh, wow.
Here it comes.
Here it now.
Here it comes.
Thank you, people.
I hit the bell, Rick. It flies.
Here we go. Here we go. Are you ready? Here we go.
Coming, Greg.
Greg,
12
what's up?
people.
Oh my gosh, here it comes.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Woo!
Over 100,000.
Get it
Let's throw a few more on there for good measure.
Everybody's got to go shirtless.
Lady, I don't know if that's I don't know if that's riding or not. I think there's laws against that.
We're going over. You hurt yourself? Here we go. 100,000.
Thank you guys so
It's
much.
still counting, guys.
There
Wow.
Oh,
Speedy.
A little margin there, too, boys. A little margin.
little margin more. When they go incorrect, we'll take that margin.
Yeah, that's fine.
Adler, how does it feel? How does it feel with all the work you do on that YouTube channel? How does it feel?
Well, it only took me 13 years, gentlemen. Not trying to brag.
Not trying to brag about it.
Oh, just look at it rolling along. Oh, my goodness.
That is something else.
Of course, I forgot to mute that music, Rick, so we did get a copyright strike.
Now no one can see it.
Well,
doggone it.
well, I logged back into the feed, and it says 100K subscribers. So.
There we go. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adler missed it because he had a horse head on while pinching himself right in front of the camera.
wasn't me.
I'm sorry, I was hearing though.
Right.
wasn't me,
And I hope the YouTube channel enjoyed us staying live during the break when we were counting down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there we go. Thank you, Rick and Bubba family. You've done it again.
That's big time, guys. That is big time.
There we go.
Congratulations, Rick and Bubba. For real, that's a really big
No, congratulations to everybody.
The first
That's
100K is, everybody says, the absolute hardest.
That's
it takes,
the hardest.
It takes most people 8 years. We are in the top, I think, 1% of people who create content on YouTube. We're in the top 1,600 of content creators for subscriber count as well. So we're doing
Oh,
great.
give me some more facts like that. I like that.
Don't you love all
Yeah,
that?
I do.
God, I love facts.
You guys
Yeah.
are killing it, gentlemen.
Eight-
Crushing it.
866 We Be Big. Thank you, Rick and Bubba family. Larry and Huntsville, I just want to say thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Larry.
Hey, Larry.
Well, listen, guys, I want to say I've listened to your show ever since y'all got on the radio. Second of all, I wish I had a job like Adler and Speedy could ring bells and sound important. That must be great.
Oh, it's great.
Your Bible stuff is great on Wednesday, and I want to let you know that today is mine and my wife's 32nd wedding anniversary, and I'm standing here public. I'm going to buy her a dozen red roses. She doesn't know this. And I wanted to know if y'all had a suggestion other than a dozen red roses. And I'm taking her to dinner tonight at Texas Roadhouse. So what do you think about that?
Well, now look, Texas Roadhouse and roses from Publix. Look, you romantic devil. I don't know if there's anything else you can add to that, but we'll add this. What's her name?
Her name is Nita, and she is a huge fan of yours because I've been listening to you since you got on the radio in the 90s. My dad actually knew your dad because he thought your dad was a great football coach. And my dad, before he passed away, told me all about your dad. He thought and I've been by the stadium that's named for your dad. It's awesome down there in Jackson.
Oh, thanks, man.
Really nice.
So for you and your wife, we will give you this, since you are both great supporters of what we do. 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. Larry, I hope that did you say Nita? Is that her name?
Her name is Nita. And by the way, she was on your coaster or keeper segment a few years ago. She was a gospel recording artist. And you like her gospel CD. I sent it down there to you all with a picture.
How about that? Well, man, I hope y'all have an incredible day. And, it's Texas Roadhouse, and I hope she enjoys those flowers. And you guys, thank you for watching and listening to the show. It means a lot to us.
Yep.
So
great job.
So now, Bubba, we're running the score up now.
Oh, yeah. It's a runaway.
Boy.
It's a runaway.
By the way, I do have bad news. I just got a couple of emails from umpires. They said that all of us have been suspended for celebrating.
Yes,
and
using props.
And our use of props.
Helms had some PVC pops.
Yeah, our use of props
First thing I could find.
way over the line. Our use of props way over the line.
I started to go with the American flag, and I thought, well, that'll keep us in a meeting later on today, so I went with the PVC pop.
Does it break your heart that we forgot to pot the music down and now nobody will see this?
Yeah, a little bit. That hurt.
Yeah.
Hey, but I had to do what I had to do, you know.
Right. Sam.
Well, you were overtaken by emotion. We all were.
We were.
Yes.
Speedy, especially, he actually rode a coyote.
He sure did, Rick.
I never thought I would live long enough. I remember when Speedy ate a coyote, and now I've seen him ride one.
Yeah. I wasn't sure where he was going for when he first got down there.
He didn't either.
I was thinking, boy, this would be good.
By the way,
he's really excited.
Let me just say,
wow, he's excited.
And I thought to myself, he's headed toward the big boy. I don't know what's next.
Let me just say, with no saddle, you'll hit hard.
Yeah.
Sam in Huntsville. Sam, welcome.
Got to be careful that bareback riding.
Welcome to Rick and Bubba, Sam.
Well,
hey,
he is from Mississippi.
Yep. Congratulations, Sam.
Hi.
Hey.
My husband and I listen to you on YouTube every single morning. We watch you like a morning show.
Thank you.
Well, if you just had a stumble.
Well, it is.
My husband actually went to high school with you, Rick.
Really? Did he graduate anywhere around 82, 83, 84, right in there?
He got 3. His name is Denny Parker. He used to call the track. He ran track.
Denny Parker.
Oh, Denny, yeah.
We knew Denny when we were little kids.
Yeah, your voice broke up. Yeah, we knew Denny. We were like little boys all knowing it. Oh, Denny, that's great. Well, tell him we all said hello.
All right. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you, Sam.
And we love his restaurant.
Yeah, right,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Grand Slam.
Oh, Denny Parker.
Oh, Denny.
One viewer, Rick, writes in and says, I haven't questioned the number count this much since the 2020 election.
Right.
Oh, that's a good one. That is a good
Well,
one.
Bubba and I were talking about it.
I saw a bunch of mules come busting in here.
Well,
2,000.
2,000.
Matter of fact, Dinesh Souza's taking issue with our number.
Yeah, he's disputing it.
But I will go back to this. If you can't beat them, join them.
That's it.
Yeah. Listen, we may have wore
Republicans
YouTube
would
down
learn.
so much that they said, hey, just give it to them.
Yeah, we're tired.
And we'll take that win, too.
Yeah.
Do we get our silver button?
Nah.
I
think we do.
No way.
Do we?
Yeah.
Does it
What do you
end up
got
in
to do? What do you got to do, Adler? Do you have to request it?
We got to request it, and then I have to go and make sure we don't have any kind of thing that they don't like at all on our channel.
We're done. Yeah.
Like the music that played during
Like
the
the
celebration.
music that played during the celebration. I gotta have to cut
no,
that out.
if it's based on any of what he just said, just forget it.
Now, let me tell you something funny. What if the very celebration cost us the
Right, that'd be perfect. Is what that would be.
That's so good.
That would be perfect. Look, you had it until all that craziness was.
Everybody said we felt good about about it till we saw your celebration.
Yeah. Man on a horse head.
The things we saw with horse heads.
Abusing a coyote.
Right, and what did y'all do to that dog?
Hey, cut myself too.
Yeah, Speedy hurt himself.
Yeah, cut myself too.
Was that from the coyote or the worm on the desk?
Worm on the desk or coyote?
That was coyote.
Okay.
Bit me.
Oh, you better get that looked at.
Yeah, that's bleeding.
Yeah, you may have rabies.
You got mange now. It's already happening on your head, Speedy. Look out!
We'll come back. 866 We Be Big. Thank you once again, Rick
Great
and
job.
Bubba family.
Great job.
Hey, let me give you this.
All right, we're definitely not getting the silver button after that.
Nope. When we come back, speaking of our YouTube channel, we'll watch and listen to a video that asks the question, is this person in the Texas House of Representatives, are they drunk?
Oh, I know.
We'll come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we wrapped up Kanye West. I mean, I'm looking like here. Speedy hands out, all the different show prep. Bubba, Rolling Stone says here's their stories that are trending, and we'll get to this when Lindsey Buckingham sues Fleetwood Mac.
Right.
Ozzy Osbourne cancels remainder of North American tour.
What?
Number 3, Kanye West just delivered the craziest Oval Office performance of all time. Number 4, Trump signs landmark music bill into law. So anyway, we'll hit all these stories, and we're kind of skimming over some. Kanye finished, and really to just try our best to see if we can discern and also interpret Kanye. He says that he's sick and tired of, because he is an African-American man, that he must be a Democrat, or that makes him less of an African-American. He says, I don't ignore the problems that we may be facing, but I'm trying to look at these things, without an agenda. And I think that if this country is strong, it's good for all people, including African-Americans. And he said, I didn't have many male figures in my life, and the family I'm married to now, they go so far not to have any male figures. They've turned one into a woman.
Yeah.
And he says, when I start supporting Donald Trump, and everybody's telling me he's a Democrat, I got to be for Hillary. He said, it just didn't feel masculine to me. I didn't feel like a man, and speaking my own mind, and trying to be a capitalist and seeing what we can do to make this country strong again felt good to me. And I like being part of this. And
I think he summed it up, Rick, and I'll paraphrase.
Yes.
He said, "Look at Donald Trump on his substance,
right?
Not on his party, not on what you think you should do or have done. Look at his substance of what he said he's going to do and what he's doing."
And the most fun for me yesterday, even though I'm not a Kanye fan at all, is watching the left melt.
Yep.
When one of there was somebody, he's a artist, which is supposed to always be a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
He's African-American man, which they say you must be a Democrat. He's with the Kardashians, who are crazy liberal people. He's got all these things that they're saying you belong to us and you've gone against us. And they went from celebrating Kanye West to vilifying him and attacking him, to the point Herschel Walker has called for Don Lemon to be fired. Now Jim Brown goes out to make a speech. Once again, this is Jim Brown, one of the names that is rightfully so an icon in professional football. Or as Trump pointed out yesterday, also lacrosse, which I thought that was interesting that Trump brought that up. But now Jim Brown wants to address everybody about standing for the national anthem.
Yeah, 82 years old, by the way, now. I didn't know he was that old.
Wow.
82, and he's taking questions, and one's about the anthem.
Well, I can be very blunt about taking a knee. See, first of all, I'm an American. That flag is my flag. Things that I've overcome in this country allows to make me a better person. I don't think that we should take knees in protest instead of standing up for our flag. I think we should work out our problems as a family. And that's what I would advocate to my children, to all the young people that I deal with. I am an American. That flag is my flag, and I want to represent it that way.
What about Kanye West? Did he make any specific policy suggestions to the president?
Well, you'd have to talk to Conway. I mean,
Conway.
He's a beautiful human being, but I can't speak for anyone.
Were you shocked with what he said?
Two more questions, huh?
Were you shocked by his monologue
I don't get shocked.
Now somebody tries to wrap it up.
All right, last
She
question.
takes one
excuse
more.
me. Last question.
Mr. Brown, final question. What's been the reaction from members of the football community to your support for this administration and president?
Oh, really? I don't know. I really don't. I don't really care. Because this is the President of the United States. He allowed me to be invited to his territory. He treated us beautifully, and he shared some thoughts. And he will be open to talking when I get back to him. That's the best he could do for me.
Pass the gravy, please.
35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Well, it harkens back to so many markers over the years, and we'll talk about it more. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Because of all of you out there and your calls to action, it's the reason why people like Mike Lindell and MyPillow have continued to re-up and sponsor again and again and again. Is because they move a lot of product, because you, the people, love their product, and they got access to you through this show. So right now, Memorial Day weekend coming up, a great time to stock up. They are moving products. MyPillow sandals are on sale for $19.50. Beach blankets and beach towels, 60% off at MyPillow.com/Bubba. 70% off my coffee. The MyPillow 2.0, buy one, get one free. Giza Dream Sheets as low as $29.98. 6-piece MyPillow towel set, clearance price, $25. So it's time to make the move. Find all this by going to MyPillow.com/Bubba, MyPillow.com/Bubba, or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. A lot of kind emails. A lot of people captured the moment. This I feel kind of hip. My just turned 22-year-old son, who kind of works in this whole world of videos and YouTube and streaming, he just said, "Dad, congratulations. This really is a big deal." And he says, "Generally a massive deal." So now we wait on our silver button, and we'll see what happens. This,
Like Greg said, it would be funny if they were at the door and they knocked and came right in the minute you hit 100,000 and gave it to you. Wouldn't that be funny?
And for some reason, and for some reason, because he volunteers to everything for everything, and apparently takes every single offer. Steve Harvey brought it to us.
Yes.
He's doing a judge show.
Yeah, and he's not even a judge, but yeah.
So anyway, thank you all so much. It harkens back to, we have no listeners. Remember that? When people would call up and they would say, "I'm listener 96."
Yeah, we used to number them just because people said we didn't have any.
It harkens back to the audience making us New York Times bestseller authors.
Yes.
When they would drive the books to number one, of course, then they changed the system, and now we don't know how to do it. But because look, when someone gives you opportunity, and you can get your audience, we understood this world of being influencers and having your tribe and all that long before people started talking about it with social media.
Right.
We've always approached our work that way.
Rick and Bubba Army, I remember
Rick
those.
and Bubba Army, all that kind of stuff. So thank you very much for that, and we're very thankful. All right, so it makes us feel kind of hip, doesn't it? Do you feel a little hipper today?
Mm-hmm.
Adler, give us some more of those numbers. I like those numbers you were giving.
All right, so we moved into what percentage, Adler, again?
We are in the top. We're in the top 1% of YouTube. Just consider it that way. Let's see here. I was reading some stuff. We've had 32 million views on our YouTube channel over its lifetime.
Wow.
32 million. That's a lot of clicks.
Well, and when you think about it too, when it first started out, we were so new to it, we didn't even really know what to do. We've really, in my opinion, only been kind of serious about figuring it out and putting content on there, and all that, relatively short period of time. So really, we kind of gotten there, if you think about it, in a pretty short period of time, because we haven't been all that active on YouTube until the last 5 to 8 years, something like that.
Yeah, I got better at it as I was on the team.
Yeah.
When I first started out, I did not know nearly about social media. I'm still pretty bad at it,
right,
compared to a lot of people.
Right.
I'm trying my best, but I made a thumbnail the other day, and I showed it to my wife when I got home. I go, I've made a lot of bad thumbnails in my life, but this one is the worst. Look at it. So I'm still trying to get better every day, and it's a complicated thing, and there's a lot. And most people have on their team, we are such a small skeleton crew. Most people that do this kind of at this level, they have a person, all their job is to make thumbnails. Like, that's such a big part of having a successful video, that you have a person that does just that. So it's hard to go viral, and it's a weird, complicated thing, and sometimes you get lucky, and sometimes you work very hard for 13 years to make it happen. So congratulations, guys.
Or you just bring the Skinwalker guy back on.
Oh, yeah.
That helps.
Whatever
it takes.
That helps.
Well,
Whatever it takes.
thanks to you and Helmsy both for all y'all do on the social media side. Because, like you say, we're a small operation. We're the little engine that could. And we make it happen.
Rick, I'm just looking at some of these numbers. YouTube reported active channels of 113.9 million in 2022. And if you have 100,000 subscribers or more, this is the number of people who have 100,000. There's only 321,000.
Wow, really?
Channels that have 100,000 or more subscribers.
And it's such a global thing. That is really amazing.
So what does it mean? Like,
I don't know what percent.
And maybe I shouldn't say this. Maybe this is one of those things where we say things on the air we should say off the air.
Oh, boy.
But what does this mean? That say one of the reasons why it went up, that probably means you guys have been over this number for a long time now, and YouTube's been hiding it.
Yeah. Why would they do that?
I don't know what that.
They don't want to buy another button.
I do think that our content is not pushed into people's feeds. I saw that change happen. I saw that change happen. We would get regularly, easily 200,000 views on a video on Facebook, and it went to 10,000 overnight. And I didn't change my formula. I didn't change really much of what I was doing. And so I did see that happen. And that was really when I was starting to figure it out. We were really starting to get some real traction. And so that's why subscribing to our social media is so important, because and looking for us on social media, because it's not going to show up.
Right. It could mean that they are flagged, the YouTube folks. They are flagged when we reach a certain, like 98 or whatever, and it stops for us, but it continues to go for them. And then for their reviewing process, they may go, let me check these guys out. Let's get this stuff, because we may have to send them a button and all this. And then once we see all that's good, we'll release it. And that could be it, too.
Because we have been promoting it for about the last 10 days or so.
Yeah,
so maybe they all built up.
Because if I was a company and I had to deal with this every day, I would have something in place to where we could get ahead of these things and make sure we get these things in the appropriate place.
That makes sense. All right, so
we can also see, I don't know, guys, I really think it was the audience.
No, I think that had a lot to do with it, too.
Because you can see it real time, day by day. And so if these subscribers happened earlier, that's fine. But this is when we really started pushing it right here, from what I can tell.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this, too, and this was on me a little bit, because there's just things that are going on. Most of the days, we only mentioned it at the beginning of the show and really never mentioned it again. And so this time we hit a different spot during the show and really started talking about it and unpacked it and all that. So I'm sure that helped, too.
Yes.
So video 2, speaking of our YouTube channel and our social media, so I asked Adler, has he made a decision on, because the question is, in the Texas House of Representatives, it appears that the Texas House Speaker, Dade
Phelan?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Is either drunk or has some sort of medical attack, like a stroke or something, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you think it may be the first, not the latter?
I don't know. You hear all these rumors of politicians. They're all you hear it.
Well, if I had to be with them, I probably would too.
Yeah. Y'all, this is I don't know. Greg, you let us know what you think.
Okay, buddy. I'll weigh in on it.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Mr. Campbell, send an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the opposite amendment? The chair has none. The amendment is adopted.
What in the world?
He's having a stroke.
Yeah.
Or he's passing out.
Yeah, he's having
The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson of Harris. Mr. Johnson of Harris to speak in opposition to the bill.
Guys, I got it. He's drunk.
Or they had
Because when you
had a long
have a
lunch.
stroke, you stop making sense. He was making
The
sense
chair
the entire
recognizes
time.
Ms. Niabe Criado to speak in opposition to the bill.
Boy,
Can you give that
He
right
is.
here?
He's making sense of it, guys. He's drunk.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Greg,
The
sounds
guy
like-
had to remind him to ring to do the
sounds
hammer.
familiar. Well, shouldn't they know by now
Sounds
whether he was or not?
familiar.
Right? Wouldn't we have the answer to that question?
Sounds familiar.
So this guy who works with the Texas House Speaker, that's Dade Phelan, the Attorney General has said, hey, this guy was not in a good state. He needs to resign. So
Oh, wow.
the Texas Attorney General has called on the Speaker, Dade Phelan, to resign.
And you wouldn't do that if it was a stroke because they can't help that.
I don't. Yeah.
If you know that you're going to this event and what your role in it is, and you pound a few before you get there, I believe you may have a problem.
This was after
no
like
doubt about
You
that.
know, 'cause,
I think this
you
was-
know what you're fixing.
No
to do.
doubt about that.
This was close to midnight. They had been doing work for like 12 hours.
They
And
got
back
right-
at the
they
office
got
getting
there
a
and
little
all,
get up
yeah.
in a granddaddy syrup.
Yep.
It's not
That's
good.
exactly. They took him a few nips in the back. He didn't realize it was going to do that. If
Got
somebody
on
made, I know what happened. Somebody made some moonshine because it'll sneak up on you.
Yeah.
That's it. It don't even burn. You think, well, that
Got a little
tastes
more
like
kick.
apple. That's apple pie.
Mr. Campbell, send the amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the opposite amendment? The chair has none. Amendment is adopted.
But it did look like
Amendment
one
is
side
adopted.
of his mouth was not working like the other side was.
But he is kind of rocking back.
gave it-
like,
He's got that drunk feel.
you're right.
And when you have a stroke, you're
right.
Somebody barely.
What if he's
you
drunk
don't-
and having a stroke?
You don't know what
Good.
you're saying. He knew what he was saying. Like he was still talking
Bill
about the
and
bill
trying to
and the
land that
amendment,
plane.
and yes.
And they wouldn't call for his resignation if he had a medical
probably
emergency.
not. No,
I
you
don't
wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't. They give him some grace there, wouldn't they?
You would think.
Well, and
so.
also, Greg, you touched on it. That pushback.
Yeah.
So, hey, man, hey, what are y'all doing? Hey, we just standing over here, you know, just talking about stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and they called me and said y'all were down here cutting up. Are y'all the guys they called out? Huh? What you talking about, man?
Amendment.
We just standing here.
At first, I thought
We
it
ain't
was
bothering nobody.
that person that's been standing too long and locked those legs out, and I thought he was going down at first.
Phone calls next. Any topic, 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines available. Super P's ready. You dial us up. We'll chat about whatever's on your mind. Doesn't have to just be this. Could be anything. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I'm happy to say on that, it's been very successful. I want to give you all my respect. We got to go.
There he is. The great Jim Brown.
And keep in mind, Jim Brown historically would not be considered a conservative by any stretch.
No.
You know.
And also a strong advocate for, the pushing forward, the civil rights problems that we had in our country. Rightfully so, demanding those things could be changed. It's not like he's a person who's soft-spoken or doesn't have opinions. And see, that's the thing that I wish we could get to the point. He's had opinions. Kanye's had opinions. We all have opinions that may change in different situations. But right now, you're hearing some people that you normally don't hear saying, "Look, if this country has, with all of its problems, has afforded, an ability for all of us to reach our maximum potential, and through maximum liberty, and if this president is getting America back on its feet." That's good for everybody. And of course, I thought Jim Brown made a good comment. He said, look, if we want to work things out, it's kind of what you've heard us say, but hearing him saying it obviously holds more weight. If we want to talk about our problems, let's talk about them, but we ought to stand for the national anthem. Yeah. No matter what our opinions are or what we need to work out.
If we want to work out problems together, it begins with us all standing together.
Right. Well, you don't come into an office where you're about to negotiate and offend the person you're negotiating with right out of the gate.
No.
Now you can't get started. All right, so it's a very long Trump. We're back. Your phone calls are coming in. 866 We Be Big. All right, to the phones we go. Let's start with John out of Birmingham, Alabama. He's listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. John, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What's on your mind today, buddy?
All right, good morning, guys. All right, would you rather you're a sloth in South America in your tree, so you got home field advantage, but you're up against a colony of angry fire ants, or you're MacGyver up against an angry mama grizzly, but you're blind? 30 seconds. Let's go.
What? I got to go with MacGyver.
Yeah, MacGyver, because I know he's coming on next week.
Yeah.
So it means he made it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, MacGyver.
That's an easy one.
I don't want to be a sloth.
No.
I think that's...
that whole scenario lost me.
Yeah.
Well, stop listening.
Marshall in Mississippi. Marshall, go ahead.
Green Acres, fellas.
Hey, thanks for the call, buddy.
That's right.
What's up?
I'm what you would call an OG subscriber. I remember when y'all first came on YouTube, and I wanted to congratulate y'all. I was watching on a little bit of a delay because I paused it so I can do the duties that I have to do and whatnot, and then I go back because I don't want to miss anything. And that was awesome. That was great and everything. And it was so awesome, in fact, that while I was on hold, I forgot what I was going to tell you.
There you go. There you go, man. But you know what?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. We continue. Let's go to John, Jackson, Mississippi. I'm going to Jackson. John, go ahead.
What's up, guys? How are y'all?
We're good.
Hey, speaking on the strokes, as a person who had a stroke 3.5 years ago, all strokes are different. There's no two strokes the same. Stroke is a very broad term, I guess. And for mine, I was driving a car, going grocery shopping, doing all that, and none of my family members could even tell that I was and I couldn't even really tell. The only thing that I could tell for me was everything was in slow motion.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're right about all that. But don't you think that if he had, they discovered he had a stroke, I don't think you'd be here seeing the call for his resignation. They may be probably before. Now they may come back later and say, based on his health conditions, he needs to, think about stepping down. But they did it so swiftly and immediately. They didn't seem to have any sympathy.
And it's the Attorney General asking him to step down. I mean, this is not just somebody.
Yeah. Right. To me, that's the biggest indicator that this is not a stroke, the way they are responding, and the Attorney General responding.
He's claiming he broke state ethics law. Yeah. So there you go.
That's not a stroke.
And they're both Republicans, right? They're both Republicans, I would assume, right?
I know that Ken Paxton is. Not sure about the Speaker.
Wayne, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Rick, look, you were doing your drunk guy impression, and you were right there. You were bordering on Gary the Bulldozer Man.
Absolutely.
I mean, you were kind of transiting. So I gotta hear it. I gotta hear the drunk Gary the Bulldozer Man, which may sound exactly like the regular Gary the Bulldozer Man.
That's right. There might not be any different. Yeah. Hey, Rick. Excuse me. Hey, hey. We need you down here, pronto. Which is Mexicano for quickly. Yeah, thank you.
The speaker is Republican.
They're both Republicans.
Yeah, so I don't think it's a stroke, unfortunately.
They said
I don't know whether to say fortunately or unfortunately. What's worse, to have had a stroke up there or to be up there drunk? I guess probably the drunk, right? But as far as people claiming being irresponsible, you can't control having a stroke.
Yeah, the Democrats, to Greg's point, said, "What's wrong with that?"
Yeah, Fetterman. I mean, if he can talk.
Yeah. Let's go to Greg in Gulf Shores. Greg,
Craig Gulf Shores.
Sunny 105. Hey, Greg, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Hey, Rick, I sent you a picture yesterday of my son and all of his buddies graduated high school in front of a 4x6 sign that said, "Congratulations, DAs."
That's pretty good. I needed that sign when I graduated.
That's great. Stanley in Alabama. Stanley, go ahead.
Hey, boys. Green Acres.
Hey, thank you for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
I was wondering if y'all saw the
Chris Pratt's award acceptance at the MTV Movie Awards, I believe it was.
Yeah,
it was
been
amazing.
That's been quite a few years ago. That's not a new video. We actually talked about it when it first came out. I know it gets up there in trends on social media even now, but yeah, it was. But that's been a while. It's been out there, but and now kind of updated. You know, he still continues to kind of grow in his faith and continues to make statements that are even more bold. And he even said something recently where he was not going to, if it upset people about his faith in Christ and his continuing pursuit of knowing more about it, then people would just have to understand he wasn't going to stop doing that. So
you and him have something in common too, Rick.
What's that?
He has a bass lake or a pond, and he manages it, and he gets down there all the time. And I think it's actually in a part of the world that you even desire to go at some point.
Really?
Yes.
Montana.
Yeah. I believe so.
But
he meant like he loves bass fishing and everything about it, and he managing his pond, and he'll talk a lot about it.
Have you seen that speech he gave?
Let me tell you this: on the other end of the spectrum, have you ever heard the comment that he made about his son at the fishing lake, about the fish finning him?
Yes.
Gosh, that's funny.
Yes. Yeah.
I'll tell you, it's funny.
Mm-hmm.
We continue. Let's go to Taylor, Prattville, I-92, WLWI. Taylor, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Do y'all think that drunk attorney general might be related to that Jeremy guy from the other day?
Well, it wasn't a drunk attorney general. It was the Speaker of the House.
Speaker of the House,
right? It was
right. Be sure to
let's get that right.
Yeah, let's get that one right. Let's go to Tim in Tennessee. Tim, go ahead.
Yes, I was wanting to ask you a question about the Bible and what you think. The Bible says that God puts kings in and takes them out, and Jesus also said that they wouldn't have any power if God didn't allow it.
Correct.
So, what is your view? I guess, to use a bad word, what is your view on all the things that are going on?
Well, I think you're asking, but you have to understand that God is sovereign. He is in control, and he clearly says, but see, sometimes these people are allowed by God for punishment. Other times they're allowed for blessings, but there's no doubt he oversees it all. So it says
I'm afraid we may be being punished, Rick.
Right.
Rick and Bubba.
Update today because so much happened at the White House yesterday. So we've gone through Kanye, Jim Brown, Herschel Walker, Don Lemon, CNN, MSNBC. We just went through the music.
Trump has been accused of wanting to destroy the planet.
Of course.
Yeah.
Because he pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord.
Of course.
He doesn't believe in global warming.
Right.
He's rolled back emission standards on cars and power plants. I mean, he's practically trying to kill the planet on his own.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we against that backdrop, yesterday, after a very strange day already, here comes the Save Our Seas Act
of 2018.
Every year, over 8 million tons of garbage is dumped into our beautiful oceans by many countries of the world. That includes China, that includes Japan, that includes many, many countries. This waste, trash, and debris harms not only marine life, but also fishermen, coastal economies along America's vast stretches. The bad news is it floats toward us. I've seen pictures recently, and some of you have seen them, where this vast, tremendous, unthinkable amount of garbage is floating right into our coast, in particular along the West Coast. And we're charged with removing it, which is a very unfair situation. It comes from other countries very far away. It takes 6 months and a year to float over, but it gets here, and it's a very unfair situation. It's also unbelievably bad for the oceans. Every year, over 8 million tons of garbage is dumped into our beautiful oceans. And when you think of that number I mean, to think 8 million tons, and I would say it's probably, Senators, I think it's probably more than that based on what I've seen and based on the kind of work that I've seen being done. This dumping has happened for years and even for decades. Previous administrations did absolutely nothing to take on the foreign countries responsible. We've already notified most of them, and we've notified them very strongly. The Save Our Seas Act will help address this problem by extending the marine debris program for 5 additional years. We also are strengthening that up to improve waste management overseas and clean up our nation's water.
So Trump is saying, look, it's not on us. We've done better. We've talked about this on the show a lot, and it is odd to see some of these things actually being said. You can pass all the legislation you want to on Americans. You can clean up the United States of America all you want to, but if the rest of the world doesn't change the way they're behaving, you still got a problem. Mm-hmm. And so what he's saying is we acknowledge that we didn't play the role on this big pile of garbage floating around in our beautiful oceans and seas, but we will clean it up. We're going to clean it up, and we've already talked to the countries that are responsible for this strongly that they must clean up their act, but we can't just let this giant and I remember Adler, he couldn't believe how big it was.
Oh yeah.
I mean, This thing is gigantic, floating, and he said it's going to get to the west coast of the United States of America, and we're already started. We're going to clean it up, and we're going to do everything we can do to keep the world from dumping trash into the oceans.
Now, Rick, think about this too, how divided our country, our Congress has been in the past week. This bill passed both houses, House and Senate, unanimously. Every single person voted for it.
So,
bipartisanship, Rick.
Well, it sounds like that our country is divided based on whatever the subject is, but not on every subject.
No.
So, so is there anything?
As a matter of fact, one of the guys standing with Trump right there is Senator Whitehouse, who was one of the most harsh critics of Judge Kavanaugh last week.
Well, I think Trump also, certainly there's a side of him that does these kind of things. So when anybody brings up that he hates the planet, he'll go, well, I must not hate it. I mean, I cleaned up the ocean when nobody else would. But
it's the other countries of the world doing it, and no other president has addressed it.
There you go.
I mean, there's a common theme with this.
He has to let you know.
But you know what? It's
a fact.
True.
It is a fact. And the point that is also, I just think he has this personality, and like somebody. We were talking to Graham Allen yesterday with CRTV. He said, I'd love to have my picture made and have him wear a Rant Nation T-shirt or hold it up. I said, all you got to do is the hardest part's getting in front of him. You get in front of him, he'll do it. Mm-hmm. What I think he's the kind of person that, like Adler reacted to the giant floating mob of trash.
Yeah.
I think if you just show it to him, he's like, we can't let that go on.
Yeah, well, it makes sense.
Right.
We got garbage in the ocean. Let's get it out of there. That's not a Republican, Democrat concern. We got to clean that up.
That's that problem solver side of it. My gosh, what in the world?
And this is based on some theory. You can look, and there's a pile of trash.
How do we clean this up?
Yeah.
And
Adler, what do you think about this?
I mean, this.
What's his take on this?
He's been working on this way before President Trump.
Six minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show as we roll into a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Super P and Lord of the Jacket, Rick and Bubba interns earning their degrees in common sense. That now a superpower. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill, Bubba, Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family, and thank you for showing out on your YouTube subscriptions today as we passed 100,000.
How about that right there? Thank you very much. And as you said, Bubba, since we're kind of older guys, I don't think we realize the levity of this, and people are starting to, like my son, all are emailing saying and texting saying, "Hey guys, this is a big milestone today." And Adler's and Helmsley can trying to let us know that was a big deal. But when you don't know much about stuff, you don't realize it, and then when people are like, "Hey, that's a milestone."
Yeah,
that's good.
It's it really is humbling because we've tried to get to that for a while, and that's really cool.
Yeah,
that's
it really
really cool.
As my wife says, big day for y'all. Not sure it required you riding around the studio on a PVC pipe, but hey, I know y'all are excited.
Yeah, when we're excited, we just
people are not going to take you serious.
They're not. It's hard for me to go to tennis court day with college players and actually tell
think
them.
About this.
When they see social media, it's going to be hard. So
you didn't
really,
ride a coyote, though.
You want me to run suicide?
Your ankle
for
ain't
that?
bleeding. So.
I know.
Well, yesterday I learned a lot preparing for yesterday's Bible study, and one of the Greek phrases that was used about this worship that breaks out in heaven at the sound of the seventh trumpet. And they said if you want to really break it down to the original Greek here, it would be best described in English as unrestrained joy. And I think that's what we just saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, so, and when it's unrestrained, Bubba, I mean, my goodness. I mean,
look out.
There's, you ride coyotes, you ride PVC pipes, you run around shirtless with a horse head on.
Yeah, evidently my wife has not watched this morning because I let her know that we got 100. And she goes, "Oh, man, that's great. Congratulations on 101K. That's awesome, you all." So she
has not seen it.
She sounds as excited as Greg. No.
She didn't see it. Yeah.
The comments, I love our audience because the comments are precious under the post of y'all's reaction and him shirtless and you riding the PVC pipe.
I don't know what that was.
It's precious is what it is.
Got caught up in it.
The moment got you.
Somebody said when you went by on the PVC pipe, they thought Hillary Clinton has dropped by.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If I'd have been smoother there. I had a good line, but I knew everybody was kind of excited. I thought, can I get it in without being cut off? And I rushed it. Bubba, you mentioned this. And it kind of ties into the caller last hour when they asked things about, what do you think about the fact that Scripture says this? And usually you and I come down and go, well, if that's what Scripture says, and that's just the way it is.
Yep, we'll go with it.
Well, we have an Indiana pastor who is challenging, and this is right out of Scripture that we didn't get the church started very long at all, and Peter was already warning about false teachers, and you see John and his first John, his epistle, writing to a church where the Gnostics had come in and they were changing the gospel. And this is not a new thing. So when you see this wokeism affecting the church, not just the culture outside, this is not a new thing. Paul's letters to the church at Corinth, he's basically saying, hey, we planted this church in what would have been like a Las Vegas of its day. And we were fine, floating in this culture, but what's not good is you're now allowing the culture to come into the church. Right. And that's what you're seeing. Not a new thing, but it is happening. But this pastor's name, and I don't know anything
Lucas
about
Miles.
Yeah, I don't know how. I'm not vouching for him. I don't know anything about him. I'm just talking about what he's saying. He's challenging churches to avoid wokeness and not allow this to come in and infiltrate the church. And he says the effects that this progressivism is having needs to be dealt with, and he is the pastor of a church, like you said, Bubba, in Granger, Indiana. He's the author of Woke Jesus, the False Messiah, Destroying Christianity. Well said. But he was being interviewed with Fox News Digital, and he said, if I can say this humbly, the definite guide in his book is to understanding of wokeism and its effects on the church and what we can do about it. And what you had said to me earlier, what he says we need to do about it is we need to get back in preaching the one true gospel and not apologizing for doing so. Am I oversimplifying that?
No, you're absolutely right.
Right. And he said, I don't know why we as, pastors or preachers or whatever you call the person who unpacks the word in your denomination, why would we not do that? I mean, we don't apologize for the gospel. The gospel is actually good news. That's why it's called the gospel. So he's calling on churches to understand that wokeism is not going to do anybody any good. It's our hope that's found only in redemption, provided only by Christ. That is what everyone is seeking, whether they know that or not. So he wants them to all join together, Bubba, and pledge that they will recognize God's created order on all things, including the making of male and female, and because this is determined by divine imprint, genetically encoded at conception and changeless. He wants them to affirm.
He wants them to sign a pledge card. Go that far to preach the one true gospel,
including
and don't let it be changed by society,
including all things.
Right.
And so there I'm sure he will not be applauded, which Christ said you probably won't be. I think that's one of the things most misunderstood is if we ever start thinking, and I know Paul Washer just put out a comment on this, and he was absolutely right. But if we start thinking that somehow being devoted to Christ will also give us the applause of the world, like everybody go, oh, look at their devotion to the faith. Oh, you got to respect that. That isn't going to happen, and we've given you example and example and example of that. The world picks winners and losers in devotion to Christ. They do not pick as a winner. You will be vilified. You will not be seen heroic at all. You'll be seen as bigoted. You'll be seen as misogynist. You'll ultimately be seen, as Paul Washer pointed out, and he's right, as enemies of the state. That's why these men and women were martyred, is ultimately the empire would say, well, we must kill them, not because they have some church somewhere, but what they believe and the things they teach really make them enemies of the state. Because they've declared allegiance to a Lord and a king that isn't us.
Well, think about it.
Yeah.
They really were not a threat to the state.
No.
They hurt their feelings.
But they used
it.
that.
Yeah, that was their excuse. They just didn't like it. That's the bottom line.
Yes, but when they were martyred, they weren't martyred in a way where everybody says, look at their devotion to their Jesus. They were so devoted and they're willing to die for it. No, they tried to vilify them to the rest of the world, where the world would scream, kill them as well, just like we all scream, crucify Jesus.
Yeah. Well, think about this.
It's not a heroic road here on earth. Now, it is when you go to heaven and you hear, well done, good and faithful servant.
That's why you better be performing for an audience of one.
Amen.
And, Rick, here's the thing, too, though. If I have a kingdom here on earth and the citizens of that kingdom don't lie, don't cheat, you can run down, don't bear false witness, don't steal, all that, wouldn't I have a better place to live anyway?
Well,
wouldn't it play to their advantage?
Well, that goes back to what Satan talked Adam and Eve into. You can't trust God to decide what's right and wrong. You should be able to do that yourself. And we bought that lie at the fall of all mankind, and we've been buying it ever since. We don't like his parameters, even though those parameters are blessings and gracious and loving. We don't see them that way because somebody's telling us what to do.
Yep. Well, you don't think about going.
He's withholding something from
in
me.
This neighborhood, Rick, we don't have enough lying.
Right.
In this neighborhood, we don't have enough cheating going on.
Yeah.
In this neighborhood, we don't have enough this, enough that. I'm like,
it's like the lie of him saying, I'm saving this wonderful gift of intimacy inside the parameters of marriage, and we say, nah, that's too restrictive. Why can't we just have it now? And then when you realize when you don't do it his way, you're like, oh, I see now. See, a parameter. It wasn't anything.
He's just trying to keep you out from playing in the highway.
It's a blessing.
But you get run over.
But the minute we got talked into, we can't trust him to decide what's right and wrong. No. We want to trust ourselves. It's all spiraling out of control ever since. But I applaud this pastor for what he's saying. But he will not be applauded by the world, and really, that's usually an indicator you're on the right track. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Do what?
He's coming in.
He quit. Remember, I don't think he's holding it up anymore. For a while, he quit drinking out of plastic bottle. He brought his own bottle.
Big day for you today, Adler.
Yeah.
I mean, you've been talking about this, like Greg said, long before Trump did.
That's right. The great garbage patch, guys.
Adler, you
Size
got
of
to
Texas, right?
Move to your right just a little bit to be on screen.
Just getting situated here, Bub.
Just wanted to help you out there.
Size of Texas, y'all.
Yeah.
They say it's as big as Texas, and I'm from Texas.
Where you from? What part?
San Antonio.
Yeah, right. Right.
Texas.
Right.
And
I have not seen it, the Great Garbage Patch, but I have seen Texas, and I can verify it is big.
Yeah. Now, you quit using plastic for a while? Was that what I
did? Didn't the floating trash affect you?
It did. I stopped using. I brought in like a little cup to reuse.
Yeah.
And I was filling up the cup out of the sink, but then there was like poop water in our sink water, and I was drinking poop water.
Right.
And so I went back to water bottles.
Right. Then you had that growth on your forehead.
That was scary.
Yeah. You know, I'm shocked though, because seawater and salt water will absolutely dissolve anything. I don't think anything on the planet can survive it. It causes aluminum to rust. I mean, there's nothing like that. So I'm shocked it's hanging in there as long as it has.
And plastic,
except plastic. Yeah, I think it's what, like 200 years, 300 years. Plastic will stick around.
Well,
now who knows?
See,
that? Who's been alive from 200 years ago?
I have, Greg.
Here's the thing.
have.
Has plastic been around for 200 years?
Well, that's the thing. No one has ever tested it, so
Just
they
say
don't really
1,000.
know.
$1 million.
You know what I found out though?
800 BC.
We found out where your line was. The giant heap of trash bothered you for a time, but it didn't bother you more than drinking poop water did.
Yeah,
you know
that's the line. That's the line.
He saw a special on it.
Yeah.
It affected him, and then
Pulled
as
on the
time
heartstrings.
passed, and he forgot about the special.
Right.
I think it's a million years. It's plastic.
1 million years.
Can I tell you this, Adler?
They tested it last year. They tested that.
A big Trump day for you. Musicians are being taken care of. Songwriters are being taken care of. Engineers are being taken care of. And he's addressing the giant Texas-sized mob of trash.
Did you guys see the video where Kid Rock was walking into the White House and they put the music behind it like "Pow with the ball, the bang, the bang."
All those. $20 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show, best of Rick and Bubba show tomorrow. Then a Rick and Bubba replay on Memorial Day. So this is our last time to all hang out before Memorial Day weekend. No Rick and Bubba University this weekend, though you can go back and watch and listen to some of the others if you'd like. Maybe some you missed. Wednesday Bible study archive is there. There was a new one yesterday, so you can catch that over the weekend too. And like we said, encourage you to go get Rick and Bubba Best of Moments, streaming services everywhere. I mean, you could roll over to Spotify and say, I want the Rick and Bubba Spotify channel, and I'm just going to hear Best of shows, let them roll. You can do that. Archives are available to you. Best of segments on, Apple Music or wherever you want to get them. So enjoy that while you're traveling around over the Memorial Day weekend. So, Bubba, we got a couple of updates, stories that we need to touch on since it's our last time. One of them involving the just really ill-fated, horribly thought-out Bud Light campaign. It continues. It is the gift that just keeps on giving.
Oh, it does, Rick. It really does.
How it ever got out of a conference room. How?
Bud Light's parent company, Anheuser-Busch, has seen its market value plunge $15.7 billion. Billion since the disastrous campaign with Dylan Mulvaney. Since April 1st, the company has consistently been dropping down the rankings, with experts saying it keeps getting a little worse each week, unquote. But the competitors have added almost $3.2 billion in market value to their brands.
Yes, they have.
Molson Coors, who owns Coors Light, has seen an increase of $2.2 billion in market value, about 20%, while Heineken has seen a spike of $1 billion, an increase of about 1.7%.
Really? Okay.
So, again, if you are the marketing people at these other places, let's say you took the day off when that hit.
Right.
You look like a genius.
Well,
because if you're paid based on their market share going up, you are getting rich right now, by the way.
Well, and one of the things that you have is now they're becoming fodder. They're becoming the joke, the punchline. You know, when you see, a couple of them, there's a new one that was on Team Text yesterday, Adler, the new Bud Light Babylon Bee thing. When you had the one the other day and it shows a guy sitting at a bar and it says, man who's drinking a Cosmopolitan making fun of the guy who's drinking Bud Light. And, and so they actually put out, I guess it was yesterday, that they have a koozie that you can get to make sure everybody knows you're not drinking Bud Light, or if you want to hide a Bud Light in it. And have you seen the Babylon Bee koozies that they have out? And you put it in the koozie, look, and this is what it says on it. Not Bud Light.
Not.
Yeah. Right. So when you get to the point you're now a punchline on beer jokes.
Yeah.
I mean, and you look at these numbers, and of course Target, they're trying. We already gave you that update, but they're trying to rethink their thought. Their share slipped by 2.7% yesterday, and they've dropped more than 9% just this month, 6% in this week. And that amounts to $4.2 billion in market value. So I don't know. Are these retailers? Are they still going to keep saying that being considered woke is more important than them surviving financially? Because they clearly are not marketing to the largest audience of consumers, and they're marketing to a mob that they're afraid of. And here's an idea: just stay out of it altogether. Don't be disrespectful to those who are living a life the way they want to, and just kind of sell your products, and you don't have to really cater to them. Just be neutral. Just don't even have a comment.
I remember back in the day when a business would try to create a product or service and sell it to as many people as they could.
Yes,
and really stay out of the whims and the changing tides of the culture. You certainly want to understand that as you market, but why you would get into some of it now that's so polarized, I don't know.
Well, and it's that slow fade. You start out and you say, what's the harm? Let's during Gay Pride Month, let's just have our rainbow logo in there on some things. And then somebody says, well, that's not enough. And then the next thing you know, you're putting then you slide all the way to what Target's doing now and have the no-tuck, swimsuit, and you're being creepy with children. It's like they don't know. It's never enough.
Mm-hmm. And that's where people are drawing the line as children. It's okay if you put it in front of me. I'm an adult. You go do your thing. But the minute you put it in front of their children, they're exploding, and I don't blame them one bit.
And I don't think it's good for anybody involved, including the LGBTQ movement community. I don't think it casts them in a good light. And this thing the Dodgers are letting go, where you have blasphemers that are not just saying we want to live our life. We want to go after what some people hold dear, which doesn't make them any better than the people they claim discriminate against them.
I mean, that's just a joke. What is happening there? Like, it's so over the top that how can you defend that?
You can't. But when they tried to keep this particular bunch out of their celebration, that particular bunch went after them and scared them, and they gave in to them, and they found them to be more desirable to cater to than the Catholic Church. Mm. You know, when right now the world picks winners and losers, those that are devoted to Christ, and if you're offended, they don't care. If someone who mocks the crucifixion of Jesus and turns it into a lewd sexual thing and calls themselves the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, they pick them over you. Because they would rather deal with you being upset than deal with them being upset. That's how else can you read into it?
And Rick, one of the other side notes of this whole beer thing that's almost comical if you think about it.
Right.
They are not selling Bud Light. You have seen no lines at the concessions where they're selling.
Even in Boston,
we're being told they're having to throw out beer, or the distributors are buying it back now in large numbers like never before. But the increased demand on the other brands, they were not ready for it, and now there's shortages in beer.
Greg, you all right?
You don't like to hear shortage in beer. Yeah,
right.
That's two words you don't like together.
You don't.
I got a question for Speedy.
While they're dumping out other ones.
Yeah.
We always do this. How much would the cost to get you? How much would it cost for them to get you to model a no-tuck?
Huh?
You model a no-tuck bathing suit. What kind of appearance do you get for that?
Not doing it.
Do you guys remember back in 1995? I'll do it, Greg. You got it. The Bud Light commercial. It was like ladies' night, pool night, and the winner gets free Bud Light. And so, since it was supposed to be ladies' night, you had all these dudes showing up dressed as women to win the pool competition.
Yeah, I remember that.
Y'all, that was from 1995, and wow, it's changed a lot.
That was mustache. Look at that.
Yeah. Really, these companies. That is unbelievable. That how it's changed. But these companies have said, okay, we need to check the woke box and go ahead and do this. That outweighs what the conservatives and the backlash until now, because you got Ford, North Face, Calvin Klein, AT&T, and all these people that are pushing this out now. This is the North Face commercial. It's unbelievable.
Well, you know why?
I mean, they see what's happening. Why do they keep wading into this alligator-infested water?
Well, because they keep thinking that those that are offended by it won't organize like they organize, but they're finding out, oh, yes, they will. And then you've gone on record that you'll respond to pressure.
Yeah.
So now everybody's giving you pressure.
Yep.
So you better decide what you think is right and what's best for your company.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so they all tried to get together, get back on the road, and Lindsey Buckingham and a solo album and disagreements about how many dates they were going to play a week and what he can do on his off nights. And his solo album led to him leaving the band or being forced out, he's claiming, by Fleetwood Mac, and he claims they still owe him his revenues for the tour, which people say was a minimum of $12 million. So we covered that. When you look at the legal wranglings, it's very difficult to follow. As Bubba said, the writers of the songs have kind of a little stronger veto power over things, but that's about it.
Yeah, how their song is used, licensing, and all that.
But as far as the rest of it, it looks like it was kind of gray. But then the next story in the music industry, and we've had three today. First one was with Trump and his ruling that it's going to help these musicians and songwriters get the money from the digital age that we're in now.
The signing of that bill into law,
Yeah, and then we had the Fleetwood Mac story, and now Steve Perry. You know, we've talked a lot about a Rick and Bubba truth. Careful when dabbling with the memories, and it was probably wrong of me to play "Don't Stop Believing" coming out of the break.
I know.
That probably was not the best thing to do.
Set that bar high, didn't you?
But anyway, Steve Perry, in a press release for what he has put out, there's only 7 songs on it. It's called Traces. And he says putting 30 years, which that's how long since we've heard from him, by the way.
Now, Rick, wait a minute. My copy says 9 original new tracks and a cover of a Beatles song.
Well, maybe what I'm looking at here, because it's a printout, doesn't show everything. Maybe it fades out at 7. But anyway, what I'm showing is 7 cuts, and maybe it does not include the Beatles song. Maybe, I don't know. But he said putting 30 years. Yeah, he does say 10 songs here, but it's only showing 7 here. Maybe only 7 are available right now. Putting 30 years into 10 songs has certainly been an emotional experience for me. I started writing and recorded these songs with the creative freedom that I was the only one who would ever hear them. But along the way, I rediscovered my love for music. So he lost his love for music. Each track represents traces of my past, thus the title, but also a hopeful look into the future. I invite you to listen with an open heart.
Yeah, and the reason you're seeing two different numbers there is that the story you're reading is an October 4th story on the information about the album and the release, and now that we're a little bit later into it, the whole thing is available on iTunes. It's called Traces is the album.
Yeah, I got that. I said
it's 10 songs.
It is 10 songs because this, for some reason, is only showing me 7.
You see, underneath that, though, Rick, and mine's real faint. I don't know what kind of print. This is a strange print. There's 10 in the list below that.
You know what you see? You know what you see? You see 7, and then, like you said, below it, faded, is the same list, adding the 3 additional songs.
Yeah, it's weird.
Right.
So anyway, there is a cover of the Beatles, "I Need You," which I'm not that familiar with that song, and we've talked about
that's cut 9.
That we don't love we don't love the Beatles as much as everybody would like for us to, but so we don't know the catalog all that well if you get into the deeper cuts. But here it is. I guess we'll listen, and I'm nervous. I don't know why I'm nervous about it, but we haven't heard from Steve Perry, as I said, since 1994.
Rick, it can't be 1990s Steve Perry. It just can't.
It can't be. And now this might be early onset. I want to say we played a little bit of this. No erasing.
Just a little snippet.
And this is cut 1. And they got the stars by the ones that are the most downloaded, and this is one of them. And I want to say,
in my memory, and of course we do have early onset because we're getting older. In my memory, I walked over to Bubba's computer, and he let me hear a piece of it, and I was kind of like.
I remember listening to it. I have no recollection of what you're talking about.
Okay,
yeah, I like it.
It's tough in here.
Yeah, it is.
No wonder we can't tell the guy where we are in Chattanooga.
Yeah.
All right, are you ready? Here we go. I'm nervous.
Yeah, well, I don't like this one as good as the next one.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Fieldofgreens.com. Have you ever been told by your doctor that your body needs certain servings of fresh vegetables and fresh fruits, and you're like, and there's Speedy's head. Hey, how about this? Hey, doc, that sounds great, but I have a hard time getting that into my normal diet. Well, fieldofgreens.com will solve that problem. I've been on this product for several months now, and, man, I love it. And fieldofgreens.com, go there. A lot of you ask questions. One of them, which one do I use? It's the green canister is the one that I use. And just had a physical not long ago, and the doctor said basically what Field of Greens said they would say. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. And this is a big part of it. So, because it helps in so many ways. Your vital organs need this proper fuel. It helps with blood pressure. And of course your immune system now more than ever, that's important. I've really seen an uptick there. So if you want to get yours now, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba. We'll save you 15%. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And thanks to all of you that have been emailing. If you have questions about it, I'll certainly answer those, and also just tell me how much it's helping you too. Bubba, speaking of that, welcome back, old friend of the show, Dr. Melanie Petro. Here she is. I'm talking about she's ready to help. Ready to start talking about how you can look your best beach season. Here
she's got all kind of props over
goodness.
here.
And,
here it comes.
I mean, she's got all kinds of stuff going on.
If she just hit a home run, she'd be called out.
I mean, that's
all
it.
those props.
All kinds of props, all kinds of celebration. So welcome back. And this is that time of year. When that Memorial Day weekend hits, you start thinking about swimsuits. You start thinking about getting around the water. And for some people, that is not a pleasant thought.
But for Martha Stewart, it is. So I don't know if y'all have seen her on the Sports Illustrated.
Yeah,
81, is that right?
81 years old, and we want to talk about that. I did not see that, and there was just something about, do you want to see an 81-year-old woman in a swimsuit? I did not. I was not drawn to that, but I will say
she pulled it off, though.
Right, and but you cannot argue with the fact that she's taking care of herself, and you said there's reasons for that, and you can help others to understand.
So she drinks green juice. Reagan, would you bring them the green juice?
Mm-hmm.
So we have some juice for y'all to try if you want to stay very youthful. She makes it herself every morning, and this is what she attributes how good she looks to this particular juice.
What is this made out of?
It's all organic. It's celery, and she put some ginger root in it. But that's not the only thing she does. So when you're young,
is there vodka in this?
No, I don't think you drink it even if there was. So this is her face. So let's just pretend your face is a balloon. I don't think it's the green juice that makes her look so young.
Yeah.
She hasn't had surgery. She says she hasn't. But she has had Botox and fillers. So when you're young, your face is fluffy and full. And as you age, you lose volume in your face. We've all seen a lot of the Ozempic face. And now we've got Martha Stewart. She's always smiling because she's pushing her cheeks up. And she has a good bit of filler. She doesn't deny she's had filler. So if this is your face when you're young, this is what happens.
Oh my goodness. That even scared you.
It did.
That even scared you. It was so much more violent than you thought it was going to be, wasn't it? Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I don't like popping things. But either way, that's what happens to your face. And then it's like this. And so you have to use all these tools to fill it back up. But the point is, it's so powerful, you don't have to have surgery anymore. So all the people that think she hasn't had surgery, there are a lot of things you can do with adding volume to your face to make yourself look years and years younger.
She's looking good.
Yeah, and of course you know all about this, and this is what you do. What are some of those things?
Mostly it's fillers. It's dermal fillers.
Yeah.
They're reversible. The ones I use are, and you basically fill the face and you fill back in the areas. The first place to go is under your eyes, and then you start to really lose volume in your lower face. So when you put the volume back, it looks fantastic. I'm not a believer in fat. A lot of people use fat. I don't use it because it's not predictable. It can come, it can go. It's affected by hormones. So I really like using the fillers.
So what is the filler?
This is it. So this is a dermal filler, and it's hyaluronic acid, which is found in your body anyway. Speedy, do you want me to put some in you?
You know, Speedy's been real stressed. He's had a busy
This is what
few
it
weeks.
is, and it's just like a kind of a jelly substance.
Oh, yeah.
And it just goes right under your skin, and it acts kind of like glue. And the glue, you want to see it?
Yeah, look at this.
And the glue is what holds your face back up. So there's some innate things that make you age better. One is, not being too thin, although that's great for your body.
Right.
But
you can be too thin, just like you can be too heavy.
You can't.
You know, I've beat that.
Yeah. You know what? No threat there, my friend.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. But you're right, because you start looking, your face starts caving in, you start looking sickly.
And then people say, are you okay? And,
right, yeah.
But when you have higher cheekbones, which she does have, and she has a big head and more volume on her head, but she's also pushing it up. So when you smile, it kind of pushes the volume back up. So even people that don't mind aging, which, nobody really wants the alternative. So aging can be good, but you just want to make sure that you don't look old, because then people treat you different and you don't feel vital and you don't want to go places and you don't feel like you're a part of the world and doing the things you really want to do.
And now you're quoting Cher.
Really?
She just said something similar. She said when she sees the number, she can't believe that number because she doesn't feel like she is that number.
She's truly turning back time.
Well, and there it is. And there it is. But I think what you're hitting on too that's important when people hear these things, if they haven't been educated and updated, and you're doing a good job of doing that, they hearken back and all they can hear in their mind is something that is very invasive, and these procedures aren't.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
she has volume. That's what makes her, and that's what makes her look so young. She has high cheekbones, but you can build the structure of a face, and she looks like herself. I mean, I met her when I was little. She helped me pick out a basket for my cat.
Oh, really?
At a flea market.
Really? Well, how about that?
She's a big woman. She's got a big head. So
Well,
she has a lot of
You've
volume.
made that very clear. It must have been an enormous head.
It's a big head.
She have to use guy wires on that thing?
Are we talking Great Pumpkin? What are we talking about?
Big heads.
Right.
Big heads age a little better because they tend to have more volume.
How about that, Bubba? You're on fire today.
Yeah. This is
You're not going to look sick.
My sweet spot.
But the point is, we can do all these things.
Look over the
with
heart
liquid. It's
stents.
great.
Hey, good.
Yeah, sure.
So it's really like a liquid facelift.
Yeah, well, and that's the point. And I would think now more than ever, and when we talk about these procedures, they're great, but you want to be sure you're with somebody who is highly trained, though.
You do, because even though the non-invasive things can be much more dangerous than the invasive things, because at least the invasive things you've had surgical training. And this is still a needle, and it goes in your face. And there are a lot of vessels in your face that if they get hit, it can necrose and die, and you have a big hole in your face, which is not a good look.
Nerves.
And it's dangerous.
Yep.
So you need people that know where everything is, and you don't want to take it lightly, but you want to know that there are options out there. People are walking around telling you, hey, are you okay? You look sick, you look tired, and you don't feel good about yourself. And then there's something you can do that doesn't involve being put to sleep, and it doesn't involve knives, just little bitty needles.
But the point you're making, and because of that, though, sometimes people who don't have the training can find their way there.
Right.
The others that are invasive, you can't have someone.
I mean, everybody wants to inject people because it's a cash business, but it's not to be taken lightly, especially the fillers.
And when you're quadruple board certified, this means you've got what everybody needs to be looking for.
Well, I do it full time. I don't have a side job as a dentist,
Right, it's not a side hustle. Yeah,
it's my job.
And you of course part of a lot of different organizations and societies that want to be sure that these things are wonderful, but you're also in the hands of people that know what they're doing.
Absolutely, it's not a weekend course. It's my I'm dedicated to it. I read about it all the time. I love it. I think it's the funnest thing on earth. So.
Dr. Petro, do you drink this lovely milky brown delicious substance every day, or
no, I
was
choose
you just
the
treating
needles.
us to that?
I am not a green juice. I've tried to
you
drink
can go down that way. Yeah.
Since Thomas Crown Affair, I have wanted to drink a green drink. I do like celery juice, and I really do think that helps. It's an anti-inflammatory thing. I think celery juice is great.
I will tell you.
I can tell that would really help to curb my hunger later in the day, I think.
I do field of greens every day, and it tastes a lot better than that, and accomplishes the same thing. There's truth to it because I do it with that product, and it's doing the same thing.
That's not why our face looks good.
No, it's why I feel better.
Yeah,
and because the body's getting the fuel that it wants, you get a clean energy and all that too. But you're right when it comes to.
When it comes to the face, you want inflammation. You want it. I mean, water is very good for your face, but it.
So she did more than drink that drink.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're just making that clear, and that's fine. And there's nothing wrong with that.
And more than Pilates.
Yeah, that's right. It's not an indictment. It's just to let you know these things are available.
Mm-hmm. You want to keep you keep your face full. You look vibrant, and so much of it is about not looking in the mirror and seeing someone you don't recognize, or seeing your mother, or worse, your father, as a woman. And people like what's familiar. You've gotten used to your face, and one day you look and you don't see yourself, and it usually comes after something really stressful. Women are great. They take care of people, and stress ages you, and then they just don't feel received the same either. And so much of our communication is Instagram and Snapchat. I mean, is video, FaceTime, and they lose touch.
This is why you don't see men doing this on their phones when a picture's been taken, but you see women doing that. They have to look at the picture. They have to approve the picture. They must feel good about the picture.
You must learn the angles to take the picture.
Yeah, my wife has made the comment. She goes, it's kind of odd. I think all men think they look great.
They do.
And she
It's
says,
reverse body dysmorphia
she goes, now I must inform everyone that is not necessarily true.
I
But men
think
don't seem to worry about it.
I don't think they look great. I think they have pretty much said ain't much I can do about it.
Right, yeah.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah, but
Well, women are held to a different standard.
it's kind of like that ditch in the backyard that's full of weeds. You just
right.
cut up to it and let it go.
Do the best I can.
Yep.
We come back. Dr. Melanie Petro will continue to visit with us. And, I mean, this is something that she just really enjoys. And you're going to get an opportunity again. Doc, we're going to talk about that when we come back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On one day a week, usually Thursdays.
Yeah, it just depends on if I work late.
If you're working late, you end up staying in your office and sleeping on your couch.
Yes.
That is correct.
This is not an episode of The Office, by the way.
No.
It sounds like it.
It is
I
not.
actually had an apartment over here, but I thought, why pay for that when I can sleep here for free? And I have everything I need. I got a shower at Planet Fitness.
I'm so proud of you for doing this.
Speedy's never been prouder.
So I was here last night, and the weird thing is, you can set the alarm, stay, or whatever, so the motion detectors don't work, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've had controversy with that. So I always leave the hall light on because it shines under my door, and I can kind of see if I wake up and I don't fall.
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course, it's at our age. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and you wake up, man. You got to go. You got,
got to go to the bathroom.
number one.
Yeah.
So I get up, and I know it's just real dark in the room, and I'm thinking. So I go to open the door, and it hits me. I said, somebody's been here.
Mm.
And when that happens, they always set the alarm wrong. And if I step out in this hall, I'm going to set the alarm off because I had to do this several times. And then I got to wait on the police to get here.
Oh, yeah.
And that's me. I need to be asleep, and I'm waiting on the police. And I'm listening. And I'm talking about when you wake up, you got to go. I look around. There's a smart water in my office.
No, Greg.
And it had just a little bit left in it. So I killed what was left in it.
Well, now
and then I pulled a deer hunting move and used the smart water bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Closed the door, went back to sleep. Got up this morning, walked out in the hall, got ready, set the alarm off, ran down here, shut it off, and waited on the police. But I did get my sleep in because if I'd have set it off at 1 o'clock, I got to wait on them. That would have messed me up because I get up at 4.
So who came in here, Adler?
That's a great question.
I think it must be. I think every now and then. Because I didn't go to sleep till 11 o'clock.
Adler's saying it was not him. He's shaking his head.
I think
no.
whoever's over the cleaning people will come in because it wasn't a night for them to clean.
Yeah.
And either check their supplies or something. That's all. Either that or a ghost. I don't know.
Well, don't say that.
So you were standing in.
I almost stepped in the
office.
hall and I went, hang on. I left that light on. It's off. Somebody's been here. And I was right. But then I thought, well, what am I going to do? And then I seen that smart water bottle.
Why did you feel the need to kill it before?
No, there was just a little bit left.
I know.
Because
he really had
I needed the whole bottle.
Yeah,
okay.
You really had to go.
Hey, smart water bottles are large.
I know. I needed the whole bottle.
They're
And
tall.
almost had to get another
You
plant.
did have to go.
Wow, that explains it.
It's middle of the night.
I love that you knew that at some point you would set the alarm off and you picked after you had slept.
Yes.
Not in
Because then
the
I would
middle of
be
the
up.
night. Yeah, not in the
I would
middle.
just be up.
So did you talk to the police?
Yeah, they came.
Okay.
They said, you did that again, Greg? I said,
That
yeah.
makes sense on the text Speedy got then.
Yeah, I get a text from Tom that says,
Yeah, it says along that.
"Thank you, please thank Greg for my 4 a.m. wake up call from Central Station."
Yeah, they call him because he's on the account.
I asked him. I asked them to be sure and send the police to investigate, and I guess that's when they ran into you.
Yeah.
So were you in your underwear when you talked to him?
No, because I had a plan.
Right, you worked the plan perfectly.
I got up, got dressed, got ready, opened the door, set the alarm off.
So
I
we
knew
need
it was going to happen. I was already headed towards the pad. It didn't go off for just a second.
Have
so
you
I didn't type the
disposed
code
of
in.
the bottle?
Let me think. I think I put it in your office.
Oh my goodness! You thought that was a spark?
Don't
didn't
drink
you?
the apple juice.
Yeah, do not drink the apple juice in the refrigerator.
It's not a strawberry.
If I hadn't had that jug in there, I would have just. I guess I just had to set the alarm off. No way I could have went back to sleep. No way.
I knew that strawberry banana spark I had this morning tastes funny.
Yeah.
But whoever came in either needs to stay out. I don't know if you're coming in.
Well, he
after
can
11.
look and see by the codes that were used. Tom can.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, why don't you put a little sign on the door that says "I'm asleep in here"?
Well, I don't know. I'll put something on the alarm.
What about this? What if it was the ghost of Dewey Monroe?
Ooh, could be, Rick.
Wondered where we'd been.
But I did it because I thought this is 1 o'clock. I'm going to wait on the police.
That's actually a
One
brilliant move.
time, most of the time, the police know me from around here and they're nice. But one time, these two came that didn't, and they weren't asking a lot of questions. Why are you here?
Really?
Yeah, they weren't. Who do I need? They wanted to call and verify and all this stuff.
Is that when you walked in here and showed them the picture on the wall? See, that's me.
No, that's a good idea though. But no.
Oh, so one time you got really vetted out.
Rick, this has happened so many times. But
Right.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, we need to get
they
you,
were they acting like I was. Well, of course, I did have my hair all over my head asleep that time.
We need to get you one of those little wireless fobs that'll disarm it.
Yeah,
hang
there
it in
you
your
go.
office.
There you go.
Well, wireless fob.
Little while. You were proud of yourself,
So
too,
you
weren't
can't. So if you set the motion detectors off, you can't deactivate it immediately.
You do, but it still calls.
That's weird.
Because I shut it off.
That's a
immediately.
setting you ought to be able to change too.
No, if I set it off and I type it in,
It's a show enough good one, though.
It is.
Because if you
Minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. Go to rickandbubba.com under show notes. You'll see the website for Dr. Melanie Petro. Any questions you have, they can answer or get appointments. Go to petromd.com. Right now, an opportunity on the wheel. Let's go, Petro. Melanie Petro, Doc will go over. Will illuminate the giant wheel of canned meat. And if you want to play, 866 We Be Big is our number. All kinds of goodies from the Rick and Bubba store. Moultrie Mobile's Edge cellular cameras on there as well. And Dr. Melanie Petro also putting something on the wheel today. So what will that be?
Well, actually, Rick, here's what we've decided.
Okay.
She's decided that she can add a little gift package if so, but we're actually going to do a promotion with her because this is what value is it?
About $10,000 for a liquid facelift.
$10,000?
And that's going to be a little bit later, but today we might have a Wheel of Fun up here.
Okay.
If it lands on it,
okay,
where,
all right.
They can
Wow, I thought we were about to go at a $10,000 deal. Yeah, okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
But anyway, that she is our guest spinner today.
And that's if it lands on Greg's puppies.
That's if she lands on Greg's puppy. So you get a puppy and that. All right. So, and of course, Rock and Roll City, they are ready to go. They're in there already. We've got Super P and Lord of the Jacket. They're helping out. All right. Let's go to our first caller. Pete's out of Indiana. Pete, what do you say to Dr. Petro to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, Doc. Let it rip.
A big spin.
There she goes. Let's see what Petro has spun for Pete. All right, here we
Petro
go.
for Pete. Can't have nothing.
Nothing.
One click away from spam.
I mean, your first problem was thinking you could have something. Let's go to Dadeville, Alabama.
Yeah.
Oh, we're staying, Petro. You're not done. Luke, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Dr. Petro?
Wow, what a wheel.
Reap up there. Let's go.
Oh, she put her back into that one, Rick.
Spin that thing like you got a syringe full of filler. All right, let's see what happens here.
She spun that one like she was getting rid of moles.
All right, let's go, Luke. Let's go, Luke. Let's go, Luke. Henry. Henry
What a
the
day.
horse. What a day on the wheel. Henry the horse, he's already celebrated earlier today for our 100,000 subscribers plus now.
There he comes from
Henry.
the back 40.
Here comes. Hey, Henry.
What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, first of all, congratulations on 100,000.
Thank you, buddy.
Big time congratulations. Didn't know who was touching me there.
Yeah.
And by the way, speaking of wanting to touch somebody, have y'all seen Martha Stewart on the cover of Sports Illustrated? Hey, yo, that's a good thing, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, hey, come on, Henry.
Henry.
I thought you were a one-mayor man.
Well, it is springtime.
Here we go. Bye-bye. What a horse. What a horse. Let's go to Carrie. Carrie's out of Greenville, Alabama. Carrie, what do you say to Dr. Petro?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, girl. Gray. Yeah. Let's see what happens here. All righty. Come on, Carrie. There it is. Oh, sweet tea, sweet tea, sweet tea.
Yeah.
Drink it. Congratulations, Carrie. You've got the Rick and Bubba Sweet Tea Glass, 16 ounces of delicious fun. And you will love this. It's got all the cartoon images of all the guys on the show and the Rick and Bubba logo as you sip on your favorite either iced tea, soft drink, whatever you want to put in there. So let me put you on hold. We'll get all your information. We'll ship that baby to you, okay?
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Carrie. All right, let's go to Liam out of Springville, Alabama. Liam, what do you say to Dr. Petro?
Well, what a will.
Let's go, Petro. Let's go, Petro. Let's go, Petro. All right. See what happens here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Moultrie, Moultrie, Moultrie. View it. Greg, can I get a go?
No,
can I get a go for Liam? Go.
No way.
Go. Go, 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 go. Liam, you got Moultrie Mobile. How about that, buddy? Congratulations.
I can't believe it.
The Edge.
I cannot believe it.
Well, you better believe it. What do you say to Petro?
Thank you very much.
There you go. We'll put you on hold, and Moultrie will send the Moultrie Mobile Edge cellular camera right to you, okay? Bubba and I use them. We love them, all right? We'll put you on hold.
I love them, too. I got a bunch of them.
Oh, good. Well, you got another one now. Now you can put it on that one place you didn't have one for. There you go. All right, let's go to Will. Will, what do you say to Dr. Petro? Get her to spin that wheel for you.
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, Petro. All right, let's see what happens. All right. See if we can get a winner here for Will.
The doc's getting a good workout.
Oh, she is. She's going to be ready.
Okay.
What's the channel? The dog bandana.
What is it called again?
Dog bandana.
Dog bandana. Dog bandana. All right, well, you got a bandana for your dog, Will, and just when you thought life couldn't get any better. It's got the Rick and Bubba logo on it. If you want to be
sharp down at the park.
That's right. You can put it on your dog if you're someone that maybe that's not your thing. Maybe you can put it on yourself if your head's not too large. All right, so we'll put you on hold, and that dog bandana will be sent right to you.
Thank y'all.
Yeah, thank you very much, buddy. Bubba, can we get one more?
Let's do it quick.
One more.
Quick.
Let's go to
Do it real quick.
Christian. Christian in Birmingham.
One more.
Christian, what do you say to Dr. Petro?
Wow, what a wheel.
Go, Petro. Come on, Christian. Call the Christian. I hope you win now. All right, let's see here. Oh! You got a Greg Burgess puppy. You can't beat that. You want a puppy, Christian?
Rick!
What?
I've already got 5. What's one more?
What's one more, Christian? We'll put you on hold.
Rick, are you really giving away a puppy?
Well, yeah, why not? She can have one. Let's all sing.
Called it puppy love.
She won one of the puppies.
Rick Burgess.
Congratulations, Christian. We'll get your info. Greg will get you one. You think
You're
he
just
won't let
one
her?
Parvo shot away.
Lisa ain't going to let that happen.
Yes, she is.
What about a Dr. Petro love package instead?
Well, how about both? I mean, you don't think, aren't they trying to give these puppies away?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
all right, Greg.
There's one
on the wheel.
Yeah, look, Greg, look at Greg.
Yeah,
Yeah, talk to baby brother.
And a little something from Petro, too. How about that? Thank you, Dr. Petro. Thanks to all of you. Thanks for helping us get to over 100,000 on YouTube today. Enjoy the long weekend. Best of Rick and Bubba's show right here tomorrow. All of us back on Tuesday for a brand new one.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Greg, we gotta go into the weekend, brother. Check. Hey. Martha Stewart's fine. Martha Stewart's fine. Martha Stewart's fine. Yeah, you know what I mean. Oh, yeah. I said Martha Stewart's fine. Martha Stewart's fine. Martha Stewart's fine. Have a great, great time this weekend, y'all. Yeah, Greg. Y'all have a great Memorial Day weekend. We'll see y'all Tuesday. Peace out. Rock and Roll City. Welcome to the City of Rock. Waking on the blubber.